delivering you the news almost right away. Remember, you can order oodle-noodle at oodle-noodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodle-noodle.ca. Oodle-noodle.
Silent Rides is one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies. With state-of-the-art motor coaches, we provide our customers with the safest and most reliable ground transportation. Our seatbelt-equipped buses have become the preferred carrier for many local sports teams, tours, corporate outings, and other various travel across Western Canada. For more information and to request a quote, call 1-877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
McDonald's Sundaes and snack-size shakes are $2, or get $1 cones exclusively on the McDonald's app. With those prices, your hands are going to be full of treats, like Alex here.
My phone.
I got you. App download and registration required. At participating McDonald's in Canada. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
Silent Rides is one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies. With state-of-the-art motor coaches, we provide our customers with the safest and most reliable ground transportation. Our seatbelt-equipped buses have become the preferred carrier for many local sports teams, tours, corporate outings, and other various travel across Western Canada. For more information and to request a quote, call 1-877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
Diablo Boots sells only Canadian-made work and biker boots made by Canada West. No American or boots made in China, so no tariffs. All of Diablo's boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. Sizes 6 to 14 Triple E. Buy quality, buy Canadian. And support Canada West and Diablo, the two best names in the boot business. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Buy Canadian. They're terrific.
The ATB Classic is returning to Northern Bear Golf Club.
An international field of professionals will battle it out on their path towards the PGA Tour.
Advance tickets are $20 or upgrade your access to sit greenside in the Sports 1440 Birdie Bar. Presented by Sleeman.
Net proceeds go to Youth on Course to give kids age 6 to 18 access to play golf for just $5.
Come see the future stars of the PGA Tour.
The ATB Classic.
September 11th to 14th.
Get your tickets at atbclassic.com.
Ford employee pricing is on now, and you pay what we pay on the Ford you want. Visit your Alberta Ford store or Ford.ca today.
The Jason Gregor Show.
Otani gets into one. Headed out there, right center field. Kissing goodbye. 45th of the season for Otani. First one against San Diego.
On Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Another 3-2. Fly ball Reagan. Way back that left field to cover. Number 50. Midway the second inning. History marches on. For the first time ever, a catcher has hit 50 home runs in a season. It has never been done until right now.
Good afternoon. Thank you guys for tuning in to the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, also streaming on Oilers Nation Facebook, YouTube, and X. The Jason Gregor Show brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, tonight, an estimated $25 million for Lotto Max. Also, when you make your deposit, use code word at Gregor50 to get a $50 free play at PlayAlberta.ca. My name is Connor Halley, sitting in for the vacationing Jason Gregor. We've got Wanye, Gretz of Oilers Nation in the house, Declan Kruger, and Josh Fenwick keeping us online and running. Again, if you are watching on Facebook, YouTube, or X, make sure you go ahead and hit that like button. We got a great show for you today. Lots to get to on the program, Wanye. But first, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's a day that will live in infamy forever in the hearts and minds of some sports fans, some Swifties, the rest of us civilians who just like to see huge announcements drop.
Well, we have a pretty big announcement coming up we'll get to shortly regarding Sports 1440, but it's probably not going to be as big worldwide as the engagement.
You can break it. You can be the guy.
Well, we broke it on Fantasy Frenzy. It happened like 4 hours ago.
What?
Travis, Kelsey, and I don't know if they have a nickname as a couple, but Taylor Swift engaged earlier today.
To think I was doing adult stuff, not in the fun way either. I mean, like boring way. And I didn't even know. I drove in here listening to pump up music.
You didn't get like a notification from anyone saying, hey,
I was ordered by people. You take this phone and you put it in your computer bag and you do not look. You pay attention to what we're doing.
Okay.
I didn't even know. This is the risk.
They're engaged. So for those who might have missed it, not that I don't think too many of our listeners are too concerned about it. Maybe the Chiefs fans are happy, but all in all, he's in good shape and looks like it maybe could be his final season of his career.
It's funny to me how mad people get about it. I like trolling. Surprise, surprise.
I mean, I guess I get it that, it's not really sports related, but it
is too. She tripled the viewership of the NFL single-handedly.
Yeah. I mean, that's great for the business, but I don't think too many listeners worry about the business. They want X's and O's, right?
They should worry about the business.
Fantasy. NFL is going to be okay no matter what. Taylor Swift doesn't. I've said it. The only problem I have with Taylor Swift is that she just got to cheer for a good team. And I'm jealous of that because my team's not good. If my team was good, maybe I wouldn't care. But I think realistically, to be honest, it's great for the NFL. A lot of new fans, a lot of new eyes on the league.
I went to the Lil Wayne concert when he came to town and then stayed up late and watched Prince William marry Princess Catherine at like 5 a.m. Same day. Monumental. Didn't even really consider myself that big of a royalist. Sometimes you just want to witness history.
You love love.
I love history.
And love.
Yeah. Like when they opened the world's biggest pancake house or something notable like that. I like the magnitude of the moment.
Well,
New Year.
Yeah, good times.
Exactly. This is a big engagement.
Well, maybe we'll touch on it. Probably not, but maybe.
Well,
we'll see what Declan has up his sleeve in 5 questions, which we'll get to a little earlier so you can partake in them.
Appreciate it.
Today on the show, we're going to get to Terry Ryan a little bit early. He's going to join us for a segment. We can talk some Taylor Swift and Travis Kelsey, maybe, but more so sports. Nate Gerhardt's going to join us. Now, he's a part of the University of Alberta golf team. He shot a 61 out at Devon.
Wow.
61. He had 10 birdies. Also, just looking at his bio on the U of A website, 6'4", 240. So I wonder if when golf season ends, maybe he lines up and gets a couple rushes at defensive end for the Golden Bears football team.
10 birdies.
10 birdies. Yeah. So we're going to talk to him about that. I've got my fantasy football golf event this weekend. How much can he teach me over the phone? I want to be ready for that one. Dave McCarthy will join us as he does always 3:20 on Tuesdays. We got the oil report. Struddy will be by. Speck will join us to talk a little, everything as he does. And then at 5:20, our NFL training camp previews continue. We'll head out to Los Angeles as Shannon Farron, Chargers sideline reporter, will join us. And that's, it's cut day in the NFL. So there's going to be news dropping throughout it. 6 minutes ago, it was actually the official deadline for NFL teams to make their cuts. And that means lots of teams, cutting guys, but then also scouring the list to see who they might want to reach out to and offer contracts to, which in turn, you have to cut more players. So it's going to be madness in the NFL for a little while here. And as the vets always say, don't give up after being cut. Getting around on the practice roster for a little bit, and then, maybe another team takes you on. And then we hear those stories every year, and we'll see what happens. The Carolina Panthers did cut Hunter Renfrow. I don't know if you remember him from the Raiders a couple of years ago. Very good route runner, was out of the league for a little while. He does not make the team, which is interesting. I'm kind of intrigued to see what happens. Shedeur Sanders, your guy, did make the Browns, which is no surprise. They traded Kenny Pickett to the Raiders yesterday, so they obviously have room for 3 quarterbacks on their roster. That means it's going to be Joe Flacco, 3rd-round pick, Dylan Gabriel, and then Shedeur Sanders. Will he play? That's going to be a storyline to follow throughout the season. Every time something goes wrong in Cleveland, you've got to take Flacco out of the lineup. Got to make that change. So we'll see what does happen. Text line going through a little bit of an issue right now, but 1-833-401-1440. You can text those in. try to get it updated as we go on here. Oilers Nation YouTube, if you want to get on some chat, that's where it's going to get all fired up. So it's very easy to go there. We got a few people in. Danger Suede, I see in there. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Looks like we also have Josh talking to some people. Isn't Royalist a shade of blue? Royal blue?
Is that Danger Suede?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the kind of sassy talk he likes.
I think my hat is kind of almost a royal blue.
Royal blue's a real color.
Yeah. Chargers use it.
Not about the Chargers.
Not powder blue, royal blue.
Do you know what a royalist is, Connor?
No, what is it?
Somebody who cares about the Royals. Royal watcher. Consider it me and a bunch of old British ladies.
Worldwide, a lot of you guys out there.
It's exciting.
Speaking of exciting, so we kind of toyed with it, tell you some news. Starting next week at 7 a.m., Sports 1440 is going to be streaming live on YouTube all day long.
Super cool.
So you can go give us a subscription at, youtube.com/sports1440am. We'll put all the links out there on social media. If anybody wants the URL, text us when it's ready and we'll text you back. We want to subscribe. And so the people wanted Carius in the morning. He's a TV guy.
Totally.
So he'll be on YouTube. You can watch it from
He's
your
a pro.
home. Everyone says Low Tide. We want to see Low Tide on video.
They want to watch on their mobile devices.
Low Tide's going to be on video. Now, Fantasy Frenzy, nobody's made the request for us to be on video, but we'll be there too.
You should be. I make the request.
Everyone will be there. So make sure you go give us a little bit of a subscription, a like, a follow. I don't know what they call it on YouTube. I'm still new to the game, but yeah, we'll have some fun there. And not just our shows, but clips. What did you call it?
Clips will have exclusive content.
Exclusive content
that we just put on YouTube.
What does that mean, Wanye?
New stuff. Like, I think we should be going down to practice.
Oh, well, we do go down to practice.
We should be putting those clips on our exclusive content on YouTube.
So that's going to be there as well.
I think it should. I don't know.
When Gregor goes down, he can get video. Declan will at Elks practices can get video.
I think people want to see that kind of interview footage. And if you go down for practice, players have more latitude to talk. Game day is when they can't talk much.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's what's going to happen on Sports 1440's YouTube.
Is that a good idea? Let us know. What else do you want to see on the YouTube?
Feet.
Gross.
That's what the
but
texters say.
Lucrative. Feet?
No one's actually said
I
that.
see.
When you say exclusive content, that's where the mind goes.
We've wanted to be able to be in the stadium at Oilers Nation since 2007. The fact you guys have the ability to do it, you shouldn't discount what a genuine privilege that is to be able to go down there and talk to them like that.
We'll be down there.
People love it. They want to see it.
I get it.
I would like to see a 6-minute interview with Adam Henrique immediately, right now. What's going on, Adam? Where are we at?
It's kind of what I want to talk to Struddy about. Like, what's the average hockey player doing August 26th?
Chilling.
You can't be too chilling, though. You got to start to get back into shape.
Well, I think they're never not in shape anymore.
I think there's got to be like a 2-3 week break where you just...
Wedding season.
Yeah. You go have fun. You let the body heal. Hopefully, maybe you're going for walks or whatever, getting golfing, but you're just...
Stretching.
I'm not putting the weights on. Just taking it easy. Heal the body, heal the mind and the soul, and then get ready before. But yeah, when we hear the stories every year. Back in the old days, you'd show up fat.
Yep.
And then you'd get back into shape. That's not how it is anymore.
The reality is everybody in the NHL now has had a personal trainer and a dietitian since they were 12.
Yeah.
It's the norm now. It's not the exception.
Like Nathan McKinnon, never eaten sugar.
Really?
Well, yeah, I think so. I think Connor Bedard's same sort of way, like strict diet, which is nothing to mock. It's a good, healthy way to live if you can do it.
I remember seeing, I think it was his mom saying, Connor Bedard's never had junk food. And you know what? He may not have enough grit to win a cup. If you've never tasted a Big Mac, can you really win a cup, Connor?
Made with real Canadian beef.
Do you think players should be able to eat junk food, or do you think that's an extreme ask?
Everything in moderation, as they say.
So Connor Bedard should be able to have a Taco Bell burrito from time to time?
Absolutely.
I would think so. I think denying yourself the pleasures of life like that is crazy.
Yeah. Well, you got to have a reward every once in a while. That's the 3-week break.
What do you mean?
You just indulge after the season ends.
Oh, yeah. There's no way these guys are going to wedding season and sticking to any kind of dietary plan.
Oh, no.
They're in the south of France in these castles. Everybody's cheersing on Instagram. They're drinking rosé that's 300 years old.
Blake says, Royal Blue. Aren't you a fellow T-Bird, Connor? Shep's colors. Are we Royal Blue?
That's like a sky. Oh, is it sky and
I
royal?
thought we were like navy blue. I played for Shep.
What sports?
Quit shaking your head. You don't know anything about Shep Fenwick. Put a monitor there. I don't want to see his face anymore. He always shakes his head at me. It really messes me up.
Shep. Everybody who went to Shep thinks they're just the best.
No, well, no, I don't think so.
No?
Where did you go?
They were always so proud. Where did I go?
Yeah.
I went to the Yale of Edmonton, Harvard of the West End,
JP?
Archbishop McDonald.
Oh, you and Strutty.
Well, we also went to the same junior high and elementary together.
Really?
But he was in grade 9 and I was in kindergarten. But we heard the rumblings that he existed.
Yeah. Well, I have a similar story. Your guy, Southerby.
Yeah.
He's LaPearl.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, Southerby, good NHLer.
Legendary.
Went to LaPearl. A few years older than I.
Yeah.
But yeah, the legend was built.
Absolutely.
Similar to you and Strutty. So you didn't really know Strutty then.
No, but we knew about him. We knew when he was in the NHL, that guy went to our school.
Yeah.
Everybody was very proud of him.
Very cool.
I think he had a trophy, if I don't recall incorrectly, in our trophy case. One of his many, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Did you have a trophy case at Shep? Oh, yeah, probably a million. Everybody's so great at Shep.
Shep had a good basketball program for a long time. 2 years after I left, I think they won provincial football, but not my team.
Was
We lost
where
to Scona.
Where you went to high school a key part of your identity when you were that age?
No.
Me either.
I was closer to FX or JP, but a couple of my closer friends were going to Shep, so I was like, yeah, okay, sure. That's fine. I didn't really care.
I drove down that street of FX and JP, and I hadn't been down there in quite some time. It's crazy, the construction that has gone on there.
Yeah.
It's like a full-on sports center. There's a huge, what looks to be a tennis dome. Like, it is crazy.
Yeah, FX like has the indoor, like they do like indoor soccer practices in baseball.
That must be not tennis. It must be soccer.
Yeah, it's awesome. They're putting money into it. And then out by Shep, they got the Velodrome. Is that what it's called? For cyclists?
Is that what they did with the pool?
I think the pool's still there, but behind it, like there was this huge building going up for a long time, and that's what it is. Lorianne Munzer was out there.
Dang.
And I kind of said like, oh, I got to get out there. And she's like, yeah, let's go.
It's still under construction or it's open?
I think it's open now.
Oh,
and it like you're racing on like I don't even know what the angle is, but it's steep and I feel like I might go down.
Are we hosting races?
I would assume so, yeah. Probably really good for training for the Canadian national team. Kelsey Mitchell, gold medalist cyclist, tweeted about it. Like, so this is like amazing. So yeah, I think it's a pretty big deal for the sporting world.
And I think that Coronation Pool's been redone, or it's being redone. Remember that pool? It looked all space agey.
Yeah.
It's been under construction for.
I went there for phys ed.
Did you?
Went scuba diving there, actually. Sometimes when I didn't want to swim, I'd forget my trunks.
Oh, no.
Oh, I forgot my stuff. Can't go in.
Oh, dear. Then where they send you to the library?
No, you just had to sit in the humid stands and just take it all in.
Oh, boy. What high school did everybody go to? Text us. And whether or not it mattered to you. Are you one of these people that like wore your high school Letterman's jacket proudly, like in an Archie comic?
I feel like it stopped mattering at like the age of 20.
But did it matter to you then? Not does it matter to you now?
No.
The question for the listeners, perhaps not you. You're cool now.
We had a rivalry with JP, so I'd like talk smack to my buddies who went to JP.
Oh boy!
But that was like, you know, you take a step back, big picture. Who cares? Why did you have a sense of pride?
I was proud I got in. It seemed to me I'd gotten into Hogwarts at the time, except Harry Potter didn't exist yet, so we didn't know what Hogwarts meant. But I was proud to go there. It was hard. There was lots of smart kids there. I don't know. I didn't go to any parties or anything like that. I wasn't like you guys.
Well, they didn't have parties.
Melrose Place every day, 90210. Everybody's a soap opera. We just went to school and did homework.
Yeah, homework parties, I thought, at Mac.
No.
I went to one party at Shep.
Did you?
Yeah.
Only one? Come on.
Only one.
Really?
I wasn't, me and my boys would just play video games or play sports.
How many of your boys getting together constitutes a party?
Well, I think you need like a couple girls and some music.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
It's 4 dudes playing GoldenEye.
That's not a party.
Count. I wouldn't call it maybe a LAN party. I think gamers called it back in the day. Cat says his cat already follows Sports 1440 and the Elks Nation podcast. Well, there you go. Follow suit, because next week here, Sports 1440 is taking the next step. We're going to be on YouTube throughout the entire day. Low Tide's getting his brows waxed.
Nice.
I'm going to get a spray tan.
Text us that you followed, and we'll congratulate you by name.
I want to, I want to get into the text block, but it's so laggy right now. Rod said you went to Vic Comp.
Oh,
over 50 years ago. My sister went there as well.
An artist.
One time I watched them play a football game. My sister went there and she was on the cheer team, but their football team wasn't just their school. It was combined with another school, and they wore red jerseys and purple pants to combine the school colors.
Weird.
It was not a good color combination. Chomsker is saying that it's under construction until 2026, which I have to assume is the pool.
Okay.
So there you go. The slow text line is just the bane of my existence right now.
It takes a long time to build a pool. You don't just build one overnight, Connor.
Yeah. Ronaldo once sat at a table for press. He removed the sponsored Coke bottle and said, "Drink water." So
That's
there you
true.
go. That's not a lot. Like some guys do that. Like if you're not a Gatorade athlete and you sit down and that's what's on the table, yeah, I'm going to move that, get that out of the camera shot. A good way to, I would say, keep your sponsors happy. Keep them happy. Colin Livingston texting in Memorial Composite High School out in Stony Plain.
Ooh.
So there you go.
You're listening to the Jason Gregor Show,
Stony
presented by
Plain.
Play Times a Day. Pretty good
Great
odds.
support be a part of our Thursday lineup. We'll never know. Who was Stretty the biggest guy to come out of your school? Like celebrity wise?
Yeah, for sure.
Probably with
For
what
sure.
he's gone on to do.
For sure.
Didn't you guys have a composer
Where?
from your school?
At Mac?
Yeah,
No.
I'm pretty sure.
Tiesto? That's a DJ.
Yeah, this is like a real,
Like a classical music composer?
like a real one.
What?
I thought he was like a music producer. So maybe notable alumni: Keith Krause, Bill LaForge, Teresa Lee, Tim Feehan. Yeah. And then Belinda Metz. So you got a few.
Who's Tim Feehan?
He's a singer-songwriter, mix master, producer, studio owner.
Sweet.
Yeah. I knew you had one. He began his songwriting career quite accidentally when his college band Footloose was asked by a local studio owner to record a song. That song, Leaving for Maui, was a top 10 hit in Hawaii.
Come on.
Yeah. And then he entered a songwriting contest, which was sponsored by David Foster. So there you go. He's done a lot of work. You go look at his Wikipedia page. The guy's got a fantastic set of skills. So he and Strutty, it seems like, would be kind of the top brass when it comes to
Strutty's a
math.
superstar.
Absolutely. Speaking of superstars, what a lineup we have coming up on the show today. Of course, Terry Ryan going to join us coming up next here. Hopefully, we got Nate Gerhart down at U of A, golfer, shot a 61 out at Devon's. We're going to talk to him about that. We got Dave McCarthy at 3:20. Jason Strudwick, of course, former NHLer. Mac alum will be by at 4:20. We got Speck, and then at 5:20, the NFL look around continues with Shannon Farron, LA Chargers sideline reporter. All that and more. Plus the oil report and 5 questions. So tons of things to get to here on the Jason Gregor Show. Up next, hopefully, we'll be dialing in with Terry Ryan. Catch the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Also, watch it on Oilers Nation Facebook, YouTube, and X, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
How's your summer so far? Are you zipping around in your new truck from Wolf GMC Buick? If not, you should be. GMC employee pricing continues through August on our entire 2025 GMC Sierras, including the Sierra HD lineup. But just August. Who knows what September brings? Costco members save an additional $1,200 on our 2025 Buick lineup and all our new GMC Terrain. We're here for a good time, not forever. Buy the new reliable vehicle and treat yourself. Employee pricing, 0% financing at Wolf GMC Buick.
I'm Colin Livingston, president of Cantork. Since 2016, we've been at the forefront of hydraulic torque wrenches in Canada. I'm delighted to share our latest venture, in-house production for quicker turnaround, superior quality, and heightened versatility. Experience excellence at Cantork.com.
Rivalries run deep in Alberta football.
Edmonton all the way. Calgary rules.
But when it comes to the best snack for 3-down fun, there's no Battle of Alberta. It's a clear winner.
Wilhock beef jerky.
The one thing every Alberta fan agrees on. So whether you're watching the game from your recliner or in the stands, make it a part of your game day.
Wilhock beef jerky. Because you don't win games with salad. Only available in Leduc.
It's the Bricks mattress sale of your dreams. Score dreamy deals like up to 40% off mattresses and queen beds starting at just $269. Get select king mattresses for the price of a queen and select queen mattresses for the price of a twin. Plus queen platform bases start at just $299. Score 20% off metal bed frames when you buy any mattress and get free local delivery when you buy any mattress on your Flexity card. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Day or night, tasting just the right. You can order Oodle Noodle at oodlenoodle.ca, delivering you the lose. Almost right away. Remember you can order oodle-noodle at oodle-noodle.ca. So stay on your couch all day and order oodle-noodle.ca. Oodle-noodle.
Are you an elite athlete or weekend warrior and you just want to enjoy playing the sport you love with less or even no pain? Have you tried every exercise and stretch imaginable, hoping the next one might do the trick? Well, you tried analog. At Leading Edge Physiotherapy, we believe healing can move along better and sometimes even faster with evidence-based technology techniques and the people who know how and when to apply it. StimPod, zero-gravity treadmills, radial shockwave, and so much more at your fingertips when you click to find us at leadingedgephysio.com.
Silent Rides is one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies. With state-of-the-art motor coaches, we provide our customers with the safest and most reliable ground transportation. Our seatbelt-equipped buses have become the preferred carrier for many local sports teams, tours, corporate outings, and other various travel across Western Canada. For more information and to request a quote, call 1-877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
Diablo Boots sells only Canadian-made work and biker boots made by Canada West. No American or boots made in China, so no tariffs. All of Diablo's boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. Sizes 6 to 14 EEE. Buy quality, buy Canadian. And support Canada West and Diablo, the two best names in the boot business. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Buy Canadian. They're terrific.
The ATB Classic is returning to Northern Bear Golf Club.
An international field of professionals will battle it out on their path towards the PGA Tour.
Advance tickets are $20 or upgrade your access to sit greenside in the Sports 1440 Birdie Bar. Presented by Sleeman.
Net proceeds go to Youth on Course to give kids age 6 to 18 access to play golf for just $5.
Come see the future stars of the PGA Tour.
The ATB Classic.
September 11th to 14th.
Get your tickets at atbclassic.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by On the Rocks. Jump on OTR's party shuttle buses to Elks games and concerts at Commonwealth. To see all upcoming bus events, visit ontherocksyag.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.225, welcome back. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Did that music end very abruptly, or was that just me? Anywho, doesn't really matter. Jason Gregor Show brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca tonight. Lotto Max, an estimated $25 million. Get your ticket at PlayAlberta.ca. Of course, you can always text in 1-833-401-1440. It's the eWell inbox. Score with your power play partners at eWell. Get all your electrical needs at ewell.ca with 24/7 ordering and shipping in Edmonton and across Alberta. That is eWell. 1-833-401-1440. Connor Halley, Wanye, Gretz, Declan Kruger, and Josh Fenwick with you here. I think we're going to line up TR in a second here. A text from Dave saying I was the guy wearing the Letterman football jacket in rugby for Shep T-Bird Pride, class of 2004. I remember kind of the open call for the football players. Hey, anybody want to play rugby? And I was just like, no, I don't think so. I don't think I can do that one.
It's a tough man's and ladies sport.
Yeah, respect the hell out of them.
Yeah, we'd go to Rugby Fest sometimes. You ever go there? It's a good party.
No, I haven't actually.
South side of town.
Ellerslie?
Yeah, there was a rugby field somewhere right out there. I'd only go there for one wonderful day and night of Rugby Fest. Those people are tanks. They're so tough.
Yeah, I played touch football on those fields.
Yeah.
That's how tough I am. Not getting into the big stuff. We're going to get to our big guest of the day. Speaking of which, brought to you by Silent Rides Charter Company. Silent Rides is one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies with state-of-the-art motor coaches safely taking your team or group to their next destination. Visit silentrides.ca for more information. We bring in former NHLer, actor, author, Hall of Famer Terry Ryan. Quickly for one segment today. TR, how you doing?
I'm not bad at all. How you guys doing?
Oh.
I saw Oasis in Toronto. Was with all my buddies that grew up with and played hockey with. And again, we're a big group of us. A couple of dozen from Mount Pearl went up, and we had an absolute blast. It's been a long time coming. We've gone to see Noel. We've gone to see Liam, but they were broken up for so long that finally we saw Oasis together, and it was epic.
Oh yeah, how was the show? I saw a lot of people out in Toronto getting out to that one.
Oh man, yeah, it was everything you expected it to be. I mean, if you're into Oasis, it was great. I mean, even if you're not, I think they play good music, and it was a real vibe. Rogers Stadium, it was a weird. I thought it was great, but it's a weird dynamic because they have this huge stadium. It's not that far from downtown Toronto. Maybe take you about a half hour, maybe a little bit north of Yorkdale for people that know what I'm talking about there. You can get the subway there, but you get out there and it's like it's in the middle of a huge area that there's almost looks like a bunch of runways. Like it's just off on its own. So they got this built, but it's temporary. It's going to be condos, but they're doing, if anybody out there listening has been to Toronto, there's a nice area called the Budweiser Stage, and they have a lot of concerts there. But what they're going to do now is make Budweiser Stage a little bit bigger. I think it but it only seats about 10,000. I think they want to kind of double that. So, the big bands can come in like a band like Oasis and maybe play. I don't think it was 10,000. They could have played 5 shows in a row. So, and it's a really nice area. So I'm pretty sure that this Rogers Stadium is temporary until all the renovations get done. And then they'll move over to Budweiser Stage, of course. And then you always got Scotiabank Arena. So, it's in the middle of a transition as far as concerts go, but I thought it was awesome. It had everything you needed and nice little kind of makeshift restaurants and bars and the merch and all that. I mean, it was all in the one area. To us, we had the box, and I said we've all waited for this for a long time. The music was awesome, and I really did. I enjoyed the venue. I thought it all worked out.
So I know you're a huge music guy. What is the most memorable concert for you?
Wow. Well, that's going to be up there just because Oasis were broken up for so long. And I don't think any of us really expected they were going to get back. And the company, like 24 of us went up there, and a lot of us hadn't seen each other in a long time. Let's say, for example, everything that's happened to me since, Shorzy, and then the last few years being on the Jason Gregor Show, having my podcast. Some people I hadn't seen since any of that happened. Some people lived in Europe. We all got together and made a point of this now. But so that in itself would be, it's one of the best. What stands out to me, AC/DC in Toronto about 15 years ago. That was an awesome show. I'm seeing Paul McCartney again in a few months with my daughter. He's 83 now. I don't expect much. I'm going because I love the Beatles vibe. But I saw him when he was about, I guess he would have been pushing 60. It's Paul McCartney. That would be another big one. And I saw Paul Simon in about 2001, and I saw him in a little tiny bar. He went and did like a tour of the 9 or 10 places that he first went up when he went and played when he went on the road, whatever places were left. And so he went back and revisited his first tour when he was like 18 or 19, just, basically with a backpack and a guitar. So I happened to hook tickets to that through some great hockey people and friends. And it's really going to be tough to beat that. I guess one more, John Prine, a folk kind of country legend. And I saw him in the same setting, and it was real lucky because I knew the right people. So I think those would probably be, I don't know about the best overall objectively, but definitely the closest to my heart.
Terry Ryan joining us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. Now, TR, I want to ask you this, going back to your professional days. Obviously, the season ends, and I think a lot of guys take it easy for a little bit here. But with camp set to open up in a couple of weeks, what do you think the average NHLer is doing right now?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I just skated with a lot of them, and there's some back here. And I can tell you the people in Newfoundland are they've had their time, they've worked out, and they've done their thing, and I'm sure they continue to do that, but guys are gone back. And when I skated, I told you guys about the game. Actually, Dave McCarthy was there But the game that we played, the Hockey Night in Brampton there for the biggest fundraiser of all time, there we raised almost $60 million. Well, pretty much to a person, all the current NHLers I talked to in that game, where that they were either leaving the next day or within 2 or 3 days to go back. I mean, I was the same way. I went back way before this. I like to get in the mindset, and I mean, didn't hurt that I was going to Montreal. Right, it's a good spot to go. But I really enjoyed that. By August, I would have been in the dressing room, hobnobbing with the boys, skating every day, still having a bit of fun. But it's just nice to do it with everybody else around. You keep yourselves in check. Now, for guys that are older with families, I'm sure that's different. But from my perspective in Newfoundland, most people, even the people with families, would be either the last week or they're already gone type thing.
Now, there was an article that came up on a Daily Faceoff, and they talked about some of the teams that have gotten worse in the offseason or noticeably weaker, and the Oilers made that list. Would you agree with that statement that this team has gotten noticeably weaker?
Yeah, I saw that, and they said the same thing about the Leafs and a few more. I don't know, because teams like that, you know, first of all, 2 years in a row, you go Stanley Cup final, you got Game 7 and Game 6. I mean, so anybody judging, if there's any moves made whatsoever, they'll probably consider the team worse. But in both situations, meaning the Leafs and the Oilers, because I did see they're both on that list, I suppose technically, if you look and you see the parts that went out, you might be able to make that judgment call. But the nucleuses are the same when it comes to the Oilers. I mean, I bet you a year ago people probably said the same thing. Now, when you look, whatever the odds are going to be after camp, I bet you the Oilers are going to be right back up where they were. I mean, I'm betting on them. I don't think that they lost so much that they can't get back to the Stanley Cup final. And they still got their big guns that are in their prime. I understand why. I mean, if you lose any players whatsoever of significance, people are probably going to say that. But for me, I think they're sitting pretty. We'll see how things iron out as you know, the first month, 2, 3 especially. But you know, there's just so many unknowns. There's players that are injected into that lineup this year, some young players that could be stars, right? That we really don't know, but they're great players. I think guys like Podkolzin, for example, I really think he's a better player than the statistics might have showed last year. I think there's a little bit of that going on. I don't think the dynamic was changed so much that you got to say that, you know, now they're fighting for a playoff spot. This is just people's subjective views because, you know, one particular team, you know, you could go down the list, you know, you might lose a few players, but they know what they're doing. And first of all, it's hard to even make that list yet because there's still a lot of things that might happen. You know, the hockey season, although we're in late August and we're ready for it, it's still more than a month away.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I mean, I guess Corey Perry, Evander Kane, you're losing a little bit of that grit, but, you know, you're hoping that some of these younger guys can get in there and not necessarily fill that void, but scoring and be tough in that aspect of the game. It's interesting to see because 4 of the 5 teams are out west. So if there's maybe any benefit to that, you can say some of the Western Conference teams maybe fall down with the Oilers. But like you said, that's a really good point, actually. 2 straight Stanley Cup finals. Tough to get better when you're already that good, as we're joined by Terry Ryan here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley and Wanye Gretz sitting in for the vacationing Jason, who's actually out in Toronto, getting a chance to watch a little bit of the Jays. Have you got a chance to catch the Jays? Last night, the Bats really came alive once again.
Yeah, I had tickets to the game last night. That was the final day of our trip. So all the boys went up, but I had to get back for many reasons. So I didn't go to that game. I saw Gregor was at it. He sent me a message with Ken Reed. The boys met up. They happened to be in the same section. But, yeah, I said the same thing. The Jays, overall, I mean, baseball is one of those sports, like, you know, in hockey, if you go on a streak of any kind, good or bad or ugly, or you know, if you have an off game and you get beat say 6 or 7 to 1. And I remember a couple of years ago that happened in the Oilers at the beginning of the year. They weren't just losing; they were getting like beat 7 to nothing by like San Jose. It was cause for alarm. And now it worked out that they made the finals, so everybody was panicking. But in baseball, because I know they've had a few losses lately that might be a little bit lopsided, but you get into those late innings, and if you're losing, you're saving pitchers' arms. There's guys out, Guerrero. But I think overall, they're in a great place, and well, obviously that much. But I don't think it's going to tail off. I think it's consistent. And at the beginning, or maybe even a month or two ago, when they really, really started to come on, a lot of people said, well, they're all overachieving at the same time. And, maybe that's a warning sign, or maybe that's something for us to worry about. But, I mean, they're overachieving at the same time because maybe you had good scouts. Maybe you had good you had good judgment of character and position. I don't think it's as much of a fluke as I think at some point, Bo Bichette wasn't going to keep going downwards, trending downwards as like a guy in his mid-20s. A guy like Addison Barger, we don't really know what he had, but now I think after hundreds of at-bats, you can say at least that he's going to turn out, if he's overachieving at all, I don't think he's going to go completely the other way. Guys like Davis Schneider that came in last year, how is he doing this? Setting records in his first 3 and 4 games, that's obviously going to tail off. And at the beginning of this season, a lot of people maybe were down on him, and he got sent down. I'm just giving you specific examples of guys on the team. But, he's good for the squad. He came back. He picked it up. I think right now he's hitting, at 220 or something? But, I mean, he started atrociously. So I just think they're a little bit better than we thought a year ago. I think a year ago, it couldn't have gone any worse for guys. Even George Springer, we're like, how did he get that bad that fast? But he didn't, right? And a lot of them just, from injuries to contract worry to just bad timing. I think last year was, I don't think anybody really is surprised they didn't win the World Series, but for them to do as bad as they did, I think was a little bit of a shock, at least a year ago. So this, although seems like more of an overcorrection, I don't think it's a fluke they're where they are, and I have every bit of confidence almost right down the lineup. Guys like Alejandro Kirk, right? 2022, I think he was an all-star. And then the last couple of years, it's easy to get on that guy, but he's a great catcher. He's got an incredible eye for the ball, and the team rallies. And when you're a team, right, I would think, my dad's a huge Yankees fan. I keep up with the Yanks, of course, but I think overall, a team, for example, like the Yankees, that are traditionally good, that have been great for years, that have superstars that probably exceed the superstars of teams in their own division, they don't really play as much like a team, right? And that is not so much an indictment on guys like Judge in particular, but for some reason, the Jays, just watch the games. Look at how many guys are smiling. Look at how many guys are rallying each other. Watch every time they get a hit, they look into the bench, and, there's a lot of encouragement and communication and eye contact and players sacrificing at times when you wouldn't expect it, right? Bunts, just get the bat on the ball, right? Move, let's play small ball. They can hit home runs, but, they're relying on just playing as a team. Sometimes you need a single. Sometimes you just need to move a guy down. 3 guys on base, let's get at least one of them in here. We don't need a grand slam. Where I think a lot of the Yankees and I guess teams that have a lot of star power might rely more on the individual success, and hopefully that transfers to the team, where the Jays, right from John Schneider down, who everybody thought was going to be fired a year ago, I think they're relying on the team atmosphere and team approach, and that can inflate statistics in a good way.
TR, thanks for doing this today. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you on Thursday.
Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Declan. Thank you, Edmonton, and we'll talk to you guys soon.
There you go. Terry Ryan, former NHLer, Hall of Famer, author, actor. Guy does it all. And he joins us every Tuesday, Thursday here on the Jason Gregor Show. Well, we'll take a break here. When we come back, really cool story about a local golfer who did something that I don't think many people have done. That's coming up next year on the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Also, Oilers Nation, Facebook, YouTube, and X. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
Mr. Rooter connects with Gen Z.
I have 84 followers, as my niece would say. Slay.
No, that's cringe.
How do I get more?
You're a plumber. Make a skibbity toilet joke.
A skibbity what now?
Or make a fashion calendar full of super hot plumbers, plumbers with drip.
Young lady, I'd appreciate it if you'd stop acting so thirsty around my employees.
Burn, Uncle Mr. Rooter.
Slay.
For a plumber who cooks, call Mr. Rooter.
Hey, sports fans, we've got a clear choice for you. At Crystal Glass, we provide customers with the perfect glass for any job. From home to auto and even commercial, installation or repairs, we're your team. Call 310-GLASS or visit crystalglass.ca. Crystal Glass.
McDonald's sundaes and snack-size shakes are $2. Or get $1 cones exclusively on the McDonald's app. With those prices, your hands are going to be full of treats. Like Alex here. My phone. I got you. App download and registration required. At participating McDonald's in Canada. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
On the rocks, the party never stops.
Check it out.
Mondays, bingo tune.
Tuesdays, tacos and tequila.
Wednesdays, it's wings and karaoke.
Shake what your mama gave ya with salsa lessons on Thursdays and the best live DJs.
Plus, live music every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, along with DJ Kenny K.
Hold on, let's not forget $5 happy hour, 7 days a week.
Your bar, your party. You're on the rocks.
On the rocks.
Jasper Ave and 118th.
Work never gets done by standing around. You have to put your words into action. And that's exactly what GS Construction does every single day. Our priorities are safety first, quality second, efficiency third. GS Construction works hard. It's true. But first comes the care, the planning, and the people. Underground infrastructure isn't just about machines and trenches and some traffic inconveniences. It's about doing things right. Find out more on what we do. Visit gsconstruction.ca.
Scott McGilvery here, HGTV host and renovation expert. The one upgrade I know homeowners will love: better, fresher Culligan water straight from the tap. Culligan's Aquacentral reverse osmosis filtration system takes your water to the next level. With up to 7 stages of filtration and 14 filter options, they're certified to reduce over 90 contaminants. Your tap water is about to get a major upgrade. Safer water that tastes great. Get started with a free in-home water test at Culligan.com. Culligan, water you love.
Wow, get ready for a silly hockey fans. Your partner in power just skated onto the ice.
EWEL.ca, the new e-commerce website for electrical wholesalers Edmonton, is ready for the power play 24/7, 365.
UL skates to where the puck will be in 5 years. Now that's forward thinking.
Killer selection, slamming products from the best brands, and legendary service.
Don't sit on the bench. Get your account today at ewell.ca and win that project.
Plug into your partner in power. Get an EWEL.ca account today.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Cantork. What's the best way to beat the tariffs? Buy Canadian. Cantork's products not only made in Canada, but right here in Edmonton. Save money, support Canada at cantork.com.
Pro sports, local sports, minor leagues, you got it all. It's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Here on Sports 1440, Connor Halley, Wanye, Gretz sitting in for Jason, who will return next Tuesday, the same day that Sports 1440 will be streaming live on YouTube from 7 a.m. till 6 p.m. So make sure you give us a search on YouTube, Sports 1440 AM, subscribe, and then you can watch radio which is what people have been asking for. So we are going to do it. There'll be exclusives there as well, shorts, reels, whatever they call it on YouTube.
Listen to you.
I'm learning all the lingo. It should be a good time when we get there. But right now, let's get to the golf report. Brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling, home with no payments, no interest for 1 year on your furnace or AC unit. You bundle them together, save more at legacyheating.ca. And we're going to talk to a local golfer, a Golden Bear, who had a pretty good round that we were informed of. So we want to talk about that and how does one get into collegiate golf? As we're joined by Nate Gerhardt, fourth-year student now at the U of A, taking education and a pretty damn good golfer as well. Nate, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me today.
Yeah, wow. We're glad you're able to make some time for this. And we're going to talk about the round you had out at Devon. I believe it was 10 under par, 10 birdies. Absolutely unbelievable, shooting a 61. But I want to first ask you, how did you get into golf and what age did you think, you know what, I am better than the average golfer that I go out with?
So funny enough, my golf story actually kind of wasn't a common one. So I was actually a basketball player all of high school, and I was playing throughout high school. I actually had my eyes set on playing college basketball, but just due to some not so great season, also just a desire to not play. When I chose not to play college basketball, I wanted something different to do. So I decided to commit myself to trying to get better at golf for an entire summer. And I actually walked onto the McEwen golf team in 2019. And that really started my golf journey.
So, I mean, when you got into golf, how much were you golfing in your younger days? Was it kind of just a casual thing? Did you have a membership over the summer? How did you start out?
So I grew up in Beaumont, and it was kind of you either worked at a grocery store or fast food, or you worked at the local golf course. So I started as a bat shop kid at Colonial Golf Course, and my dad's a really good golfer, so he kind of got me into it a little bit, but I was more casual just because my focus was more so, of course, on basketball at that time. But I had a lot of help when I made that decision in my last year there of trying to make a push for golf. And I worked with the head pro at my course at the time and probably committed 4 to 5 hours a day and just got better as I started playing with better golfers. And things just kind of started working out and kept building off that.
It is funny that you mentioned you played basketball because on your bio, I listed it 6'4", 240. We were kind of talking about you, not to be behind your back, but like, man, this guy, you could play basketball, maybe football. What is your game? Are you a power guy or, strength of the short game? What's the bio for you?
So in the golf game, it's actually my short game. You put a wedge in my hand within 30, 40 yards, I feel pretty confident I can get up and down from anywhere. So that's really helped me.
All right. Now we're joined by Nate Gerhardt, member of the University of Alberta Golden Bears golf team. They've got the Dino Invitational last week, and then coming up this weekend, I believe, is the U of A Invitational out at Mill Woods. We'll get to that in a second here. But so we had a little insider tip that you had shot a 61 out at Devon Golf and Conference Center. You can confirm that, and it was 10 birdies, correct?
10 birdies, 1 bogey, 7 pars. Yeah.
So in the middle of that game, like, do you just feel like, I mean, you always hear athletes talk about being in the zone. I imagine that's what it was like.
Partly. It was actually kind of funny because I was bringing one of my junior kids out with me that day. He had a tournament at the end of the weekend. And we were trying to get into the tournament golf of like analyzing each shot and kind of take one shot at a time and think around the course. And I found myself shooting 7 under 28 on the front and thought, okay, maybe I do have a chance here.
That is not where you stop with that story. Continue, sir.
So I found myself shooting 28 on the front. It's a par 35.
Wow.
And then I par 10, bogeyed 11. So it actually kind of took the pressure off with that bogey I found. Because instead of that chasing a record, then I was just golfing and made 3 more birds and finished with a 61.
Is it the course record?
It is the course record.
Unreal. Is it framed in the pro shop?
Yeah. So it's actually, it'll be framed probably up by the end of the week or next week.
Is there a 6-foot cardboard cutout of you holding up the scorecard in the pro shop going, yeah?
No, but there is a scorecard that will be in a frame. It'll be framed up there, has the autographs of who I golf with and everything. It'll be great.
Are you proud? Like, as a golfer who could never approach anything like that, to me just seems like a real career moment. Does it feel like a achievement?
It honestly, it really does, especially low background. I had to miss a couple of 2 full seasons just to that shoulder surgery between 22 and 23. So it's kind of felt like a true 180 comeback of kind of like missing golf, relearning the game, kind of relearning the love for the game. So this whole season has been about relearning and also just approaching the game with a new feel and love for everything. And I found myself shooting some really good scores over the last week and felt really good and accomplished to go low and honestly shoot a career best.
Now, I don't want to be that guy, but do you think you can beat that record in your lifetime?
Well, I did have the 62 was the last course record, which I did in 2021, which I would never touch.
Wow.
So to be able to beat that was an accomplishment in its own right. And honestly, who knows, maybe make a couple putts fall. It could happen. But at the same time, I'm just proud of where I got my game back to.
I'm remembering when David Duval shot 59 and he like double fist pumped and did this weird walk all around the green because he was so pumped up. And at the time, everyone thought, man, David Duval is really pumped up about this. That's the only, did you do a celebration when you were done? Like, what was were you just even keel throughout because the front nine was just so hot?
I might have thrown my hat when the putt dropped on 18. I'm not going to lie to you.
Unreal.
I kind of had a feeling of where I was when I walked off 17, when I made a birdie on 17 to get to that 9 under mark. And standing on the tee box, my playing partner kind of broke the golden rule, if you will, where you never bring up score on the last hole. He's like, I think you're pretty close to it. And that's when, my hands are shaking on that ST shot, but was able to get good spin on it, put it on the green, and then I 2-putt, tap it in for a low through the hat. Couple HUDs, a little bit of jumping around. I'm not going to lie to you, but it was honestly one of the greatest feelings I've ever experienced in my life of sport.
Did you make some calls after? Like you just won the World Cup? What'd you do after? Did you have a beer?
No, the first phone call went to my dad just because the game means the most, and it's all because of him. And then after that, I called family, and then I messaged pretty much everyone that I know that's involved in the golf world. But it's pretty cool because like Devon is a local course. It's a very family-based spot, so the word spread pretty quick. So for the remainder of the week, I had hugs, I had high fives, and honestly, that felt pretty special in its own right.
We're talking to Nate Gerhard, a golfer for the University of Alberta, shot a 61 10 under par out at Devon. So outside of Devon, Nate, any other courses around the city you really enjoy?
Yeah, so there's a lot. So I've been fortunate to be a sponsor member for a year out at Petroleum this year. Really enjoyed it out there. Coal Creek is always a gift. Like, it's a little out of the way, but honestly, every time I play it, I love the layout, the design. The course is always in great shape. There's a lot of great courses in the area. It's just don't get as much love because of distances, but we're lucky for the golf scene that we have here.
So Nate, are you a golf fan? Like, are you big into the PGA Tour and, I guess even a step further into LIV? And if so, who are the golfers you kind of try to model your game after and follow?
Yeah, so I honestly, I love watching PGA Tour, especially like the Sunday runs. There's certain aspects like Scotty Scheffler's. I mean, it's Scotty Scheffler. He is so consistent every single time. But one person swing that I love to watch is Colin Morikawa. Just the stoic sense of every swing is the same, and kind of just that inside pathway. It's beautiful to watch. What really stood out to me is he was able to spin a 3-wood at the U.S. Open a couple of years ago, and ever since then, I knew that I wanted to change my swing path to mirror that. But I like to call myself a student of the game because, especially this year where I watch all the golf on tour, not just watching them hit shots, it's how. And it's just pretty cool to see that a slight 1 degree open club face or just swinging this way or that way, they make such a difference. And it's really changed the way I think about the game.
Nate, did you watch Happy Gilmore too?
I did.
What did you think of it?
So a lot of people are giving it, they don't really enjoy it because of it was too goofy, but I think that's what the movie is exactly supposed to be. So I actually thoroughly enjoyed it. I like all the cameos. I like how they were able to convince PGA and LIV guys to get along and actually have lines to work together, like Bryson DeChambeau and Rory. I honestly really enjoyed it.
I'm with you. I know I thought it got a little bit crazy when they did like the 5-on-5 thing and everything that was happening on that tour, but I went into it with that expectation. Like, it's going to be a classic Sandler movie, and I thought the golfers actually, delivered some of their lines very well. So I'm with you on that one as Nate Gerhard joins us here, a member of the University of Alberta golf team. You're going into 4th year education, is that correct?
That is correct. I'm in my last year of my education after degree.
And what level of schooling would you like to teach in which subject?
Ideally, high school social studies and phys ed. That is kind of the end goal.
All right. Okay. My dad taught high school social studies for like 35 plus years. So I can tell you that's a good one to take. Now, with the golf, anything you'd like to pursue after you graduate from university?
So still kind of trying to make that decision. I'm going to play the university season, kind of see how I play. I do plan to at least get my pro card at the very least, just because I actually do love the teaching side of the golf and also just kind of the breaking down of the swing analytics. But depending on how I play or how the season goes, who knows what could come out of it. But at this time, it's just golf round by golf round and see what happens.
Now, I just selfishly do have to ask you one question, and I don't think you'll be able to give me a very good answer because I think it's impossible. But I do have to play this weekend, and draft position in our fantasy football league depends on it. So if you could give me one piece of advice going into my round on Sunday, what would it be?
Which course are you playing?
Oh, that's a good question. River something?
Riverside?
That could be it. That might be it, yeah.
The one tip that I do have is the driver doesn't need to come out of the bag. If you can leave yourself at a number that you're comfortable coming into the green, you have a good shot of getting up and down.
All right. Well, I'm going to remember that as I head out there. I'm not the best golfer, but it's always a good time getting out there. So I'm looking forward to that. Nate, thanks so much for doing this. Best of luck with your schooling and the season this year. And we'll be watching out for you to see what the next move is.
Thank you so much for your time.
There I go. That is Nate Gerhardt. Thank you for your time, Nate. That was fantastic. And I have so much respect for golfers and just like swinging the club. It's like the pendulum. They don't shank it. I mean, all of us shank it occasionally, but just the guys who do it at a consistent basis, high level, shooting a 61, 10 under par, that's unbelievable.
To beat your course record 62 you already had, legend.
Yeah, that was awesome.
He can play out at Devon, right?
Yeah.
Where he plays? Yeah. You can play out there when you're 92. People will be buying you beers saying, do you remember when you shot 61?
You just post up beside it.
Holy mackerel.
That was
Legend.
Me. That was me.
Legend.
We'll take a break here. When we come back, we'll get to your text, 1-833-401-1440. I was so wrong. I thought that the Oilers Nation top 100 player list was going to be gradually put out. It's all out there.
It isn't teased?
I thought I found the list already up at Oilers Nation.
That was the old list by Robin Brownlee, I believe. The updated list is being teased as it goes.
Good. That should be 100 different articles.
Okay, well, that would make a little more sense because I was scrolling through.
But go read Robin's take. It's pretty interesting.
Well, that must be the list then. Yeah. Well, we will talk about it. And then we'll follow up with, Oilers Nation, what could be changing and what has changed.
I think he wrote it 10 years ago.
Yeah.
He wrote it in 2015 and Connor McDavid was already a tie for 7th.
Yeah. How much has he gone up?
It'll be interesting to see the change.
Yeah. So we'll talk a little bit about that. Who's 8th?
He's coming in 8th.
He's fallen
this year.
He's fallen a spot.
Outrageous. Well, you put the Iceman on there, Declan.
Another player in time has grown.
Probably 20 or 21st.
So sick. Let's keep those expectations high.
Pressure makes diamonds.
That's right.
That's what they say. So we'll get to that and more. We'll also have Dave McCarthy joining us as well at about 3:20, 3:25 or so. Right now, though, we'll get to a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Cattail Crossing. Early risers, this one's for you. Tee off bright and early and enjoy breakfast on us. Only $55 with Rise and Dine, only at Cattail Crossing.
U.S. Open scores as Felix Auger-Aliassime currently up 1-0, tied 6-6 in the second set in his first round matchup. First seed Jannik Sinner won today in straight sets, as did Canadian Denis Shapovalov. Third seed Sasha Zverev set to play at 6-10 today. In the women's draw earlier today, it was Iga Swiatek, the 2 seed, getting by in straight sets. Third seed Coco Gauff will play later on tonight. And the MLB gets going at 4:35 with the Red Sox and the Orioles. Blue Jays, they'll be in action at 5:07 hosting the Twins. Chris Bassett on the bump in that one. Final cuts in the NFL, Tommy DeVito, Sam Hartman, Jake Haener, Desmond Ridder, all quarterbacks being waived by their clubs. Spencer Rattler has been named starting quarterback for the Saints. Green Bay Packers also waiving Canadian quarterback Taylor Algersma, as the team will now keep just 2 quarterbacks on their 53-man roster. NFL has placed Texan safety Jimmy Ward on the commissioner's exempt list, meaning he may not practice or attend games while he remains on the list. And the Cleveland Browns have released veteran wide receiver Deontay Johnson. I'm Declan Kruger. This has been a Sports 1440 update. Portions of this hour are brought to you by Culligan. For all your residential water needs, your local water treatment company. More than just big bottles, it's Culligan.com.
From puck drop to kickoff, it's the Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back to the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley, Wanye, Gretz sitting in. We got Declan Kruger and Josh Fenwick here as well. You can always reach us, 1-833-411-1440 via the text line. Jason Gregor Show brought to you by Lotto Maxwell. PlayAlberta.ca. The Lotto Max, an estimated $25 million tonight. Get your ticket at PlayAlberta.ca, or when you make your deposit, use code word Gregor50 and get a $50 free bet. Use your GameSense, GameSenseAB.ca. A lot of people texting in their golf courses of choice. Wanye, are you a golfer?
Yeah.
Where do you like to go?
Oh, the present time, I don't know. I just played the other day. I like the River Valley golf courses. I like Victoria and Riverside, just because they're close.
Yeah.
And I bring Wanye Jr. We run around.
Go have a good time.
We're not shooting 61. I'll put it to you that way.
Not many are. That's elite status.
Where do you like to go?
I don't.
You don't play?
I do. I only go for fantasy football purposes.
Do you plan on changing as time goes by? You're firmly entrenched in sports media. A lot of the people play golf to go to tournaments.
Not really. I will. I don't mind it. If it's free, it's good.
You don't want to do more of it?
Not really. I will. If I had to, I would, but.
What do you like to do when you're not here?
Just hang out.
What? What does that even mean?
I don't think I have any real hobbies.
What?
I like to
certainly like watching sports.
I like to take in content.
Oh boy.
Scroll through social media.
Watch sports.
Hang out with the boy. I got to watch him all the time now. He's starting to crawl into things, so that's time consuming. I like video games, but I don't get to play as much as I used to. I just want to, maybe tonight I'll just go play some GTA. It's like 11 years old, but hey.
Are you one of those guys that always has sports going in the house?
We used to be, but the boy can't watch TV yet, allegedly.
So you don't want it on when he's in the room?
Yeah, because he'll just crank his neck and look.
Oh, really?
I was watching the Elks. He was 180 degrees. Like, the TV was behind him. And he just, didn't even turn his head. He, looked backwards. Could have, flipped right out of his high chair. So we just turned it off.
That's fair.
Yeah, the boy likes sports, too. It runs in the family. So, now, I still watch, obviously, but we just make it a little more discreet. Maybe I throw it on my phone where he can't see it.
Fast forward to when you have a 4-year-old. Who am I to hold back the tides of the digital world? Am I the only dad in the world that's going to keep a 4-year-old? What I do insist is that we watch wholesome stuff. So we watch this show about real life kids going camping with their dad.
Yeah.
That's fine to me. There they are in the canoe. That's fine to me. This isn't rotting his brain. This isn't teaching him to be a serial killer. This is good, wholesome camping boys content.
Do you ever show him the good old stuff, like Mr. Dress Up?
No, we're too little still. We like the ones where it's just kind of nature.
Yeah.
In a canoe, that type of situation.
Keep it simple.
Exactly.
Or say, I hear no Coco Melon.
Well, when we were littler, we liked Coco Melon, but now we're getting big. So it's interesting how kids want to watch kids their own age on content, right? So you're I don't even understand, why is this interesting? It's usually because there's a little kid their own age.
My nephew used to watch, them unboxing toys on YouTube. Yeah. Living through the screen. I don't know.
I don't think it's bad.
Could be worse. Certainly.
Our parents thought whatever we watched was rotting our brains as kids.
Maybe it did.
Maybe
those who didn't watch what we watched are thriving in life compared to us.
We're doing all right, aren't we? We're on the radio.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't know what I watched as a kid. At what age? I really got into Power Rangers in elementary school.
Interesting.
Cool show. I love Simpsons,
It's amazing how long
Ninja
it's been in
Turtles.
the air. I remember Simpsons starting. I was so young.
Yeah. What, 1990 or something?
Was that what it was?
I think so. 89 or 90?
Wild.
Still going. Even Family Guy had a little bit of a delay. They canceled it, brought back, and now they're still rolling. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll get out golfing a little bit more. I've got a putting green in my backyard.
And you don't even like golf?
No. That'd be fun for get-togethers. But it's so slanted. You have to aim 3 feet above the pin to try to drop it.
Was it there when you moved in?
Yeah.
So your issue isn't that you don't like the putting green, it's too hard.
I mean, I wouldn't just go putt for an hour. Putting on the smallest putting green ever it's not fun.
I used to work at a golf store and we had a putting green to test putters, and we would spend so long putting on that green. Hours. In the wintertime, when you were lucky enough to get a shift in the winter and no one was going to be coming in because it's February, we'd putt for 4 hours.
But you're being paid to be there.
But still, it's just a pleasurable activity. I don't know.
Yeah.
I could be in a putting green all day long. I love it.
I don't know. You come see my putting green and you'll probably change your tone.
You showed me a photo. It looked nice.
Because you can't tell how slanted it is.
Well, why is it so slanted? Who played there? Jack Nicklaus?
The people who built it. I don't know. Maybe the ground is sloped or something.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe my house is sinking.
Is it concrete?
Underneath?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Interesting.
Couldn't tell you for sure.
Interesting.
But anyways.
A lot to learn.
Golf is fun. Maybe I'll go a little bit more if I start getting invited to tournaments.
Interesting.
That's one of those things, though. I don't get invited out much. So I got to tell my parent, if my young son doesn't learn how to use technology, he'll fall behind his peers. It's the times technology. It's a must learn from JC Glazier. Yeah, and that's kind of it. Like you go to school and all of a sudden you got to use an iPad, right?
Yep.
So you do have to a certain extent, at least have some knowledge as a young kid. That's the wave of the future right now. Coming up in about 10 minutes time, we will talk some hockey with Dave McCarthy of SiriusXM. A lot more other things as well with Struddy. We'll be joined by Spec. Shannon Farron, Chargers sideline reporter, is going to join us. Now, Wanye, Oilers Nation, doing a fun little thing here. The top 100 Oilers of all time. Kind of a play off what Robin Brownlee, the late, great Robin Brownlee, did in 2015 and ranking his top Oilers. Now you guys are doing it again. And to me, this is just great content. Like, everybody's going to have an opinion on this.
I remember when we approached Robin to do it, we're like, hey, Robin, do you want a fun project to do this summer? He's like, sure. We're like, okay, break down the top 100 Oilers. He's like, no. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, no one will care after like number 5. I'm like, I think people will care more about who's 73rd versus 63. I think the top 10 are kind of set in stone.
Absolutely. Well, we when we heard about this from Zach Lang 3 weeks ago, maybe, Declan and I were trying to figure out our kind of like 7 through 10.
Totally.
Because I think the first ones are kind of easy. Like Gretzky, Messier, McDavid, Paul Coffey, Grant Fuhr. Who else did we have in there? Yari Curry. And then Leon, yeah.
I had Yari Curry third all time.
So yeah, so like there's your 7.
Fourth. After
that, where do you go? Like, and that would we talked about it for like an hour and a half.
Yeah, there's lots of people you can pick.
So right now, from number 100 down, you guys have got Mark Lamb at 100. 99 is Brian Marchment. Love them.
Love Mush.
R.I.P. Kent Nielsen at 98. Dean McCammon, 97. Sports 1440 co-host Laddie Schmid at 96. And Marty Reisner at 95. And I remember Marty Reisner on Nexopia having like a cult following. Like people loved him.
Oh, Nexopia.
He was so popular. So that's what we've got so far. Jeff Petrie. He's funny because he was around when I was kind of just getting into the whole sports media thing, and nobody liked him. He got like ripped on so much. And I remember at Low Tide being like, no, there's a player there. You don't want to trade him. And then that next season he started to kind of play better, and it was done. I heard the Oilers went to him about an extension. He was like, no, not happening. And traded to Montreal, right?
Not now. Daddy's making Marty Reisner content for Nexopia.
Yeah. Well, I just remember people loving him during like the cup.
That's funny though.
His face-off ability was pretty good, and yeah.
As someone who's been on social media for a long time, especially Oilers social media, there's nothing funnier to me than when a cult player gets a bunch of stans.
Yeah,
and they're just like, you know who the good guy is? Marty Reisner. So says Nexopia. So says Twitter.
Might have been the personality, maybe the looks, maybe.
All the girls loved Marty Reisner.
Maybe that played a big role into it, but yeah, I mean, it was pretty good. We'll take a look at Brownlee's top list here, because obviously he had the guys there, and I think Connor McDavid was pretty high up even in 2015.
On the Oilers right now, who are high-ranking folks? Zach Hyman, would you put him high on the list of top 100?
50 goal scorer?
Give me a range.
How high?
What number would it start with?
Well, I'm just going to go off the last list we had from Robin. I would have him in the 30s, I think.
What about Bouchard?
He's there. See, that's the thing. Like, so Sheldon Surrey previously was 63. I would say Evan Bouchard would go higher than that.
Way higher. Given what he's done in the playoffs?
Higher than Boris Mironov? Yes.
Yes.
Higher than Yanni Nienema?
Yes.
Higher than Todd Marchand? Yeah.
Yes.
Higher than Eberle?
This is fun to play.
All of a sudden, we're into like the late 20s.
Interesting.
So,
I think you got to put him. His playoff performances are just so historic.
Yeah.
Is he in the 20s, top 20s?
So, is he ahead of Jason Smith, the captain,
no,
the leader?
Whoa.
Right now, Jason Smith is at 20 in Brownlee's list.
Let us know what you think. Should Evan Bouchard be higher on the list than Jason Smith? That's a tough one.
We'll probably get people texting in saying trade him. He's a bum.
Come on.
But on this list, in 2015, Taylor Hall was 28. I feel like he will be surpassed by a few people.
So he dropped into the 30s then?
Yes, I will say so.
And who was higher up on the list, Taylor Hall or Jordan Eberle at the time?
Jordan Eberle was lower. Ebbs was 35. Taylor Hall 28.
Interesting.
Sean Horkoff 29.
Interesting.
It'll be interesting to see how we look back on some of those guys.
And how do you value a player like Evan Bouchard versus Sean Horkoff? How do you objectively measure who had a greater impact? One was captain.
Yeah.
So you have to pay respect to the office of the captaincy, I think. But Evan Bouchard's playoff numbers are just so crazy. But is it Taylor Hall's fault that he didn't get to have deep cup runs as an Oiler? Or is that the Oilers' fault? Who do you blame?
Well, then, I think that those who are doing the article now, you kind of have to lean on some of the older guys in the game to, true perspective on a guy like Lee Fogelin, who we know is a captain, handed it over to Gretz. But I'd have a hard time really saying, he was better than so-and-so or worse than so-and-so when it comes to top 100, like Dave Hunter, Dave Lumley. Over my head, I don't think I could, accurately gauge those guys and their importance.
You know who Evan Bouchard... See, it's tough once you get into the cups. He took a lot of flack in this city, but don't ever question Kevin Lowe's impact on the ice. He's probably second only to Paul Coffey.
7A. That's where Brownlee.
A. Who's 7B?
Connor McDavid.
Wow.
Years ago. So, yeah.
Interesting. Because Brownlee put a lot of thought into this list. Like, he worked on it. It wasn't just random. Like, every position up or down, he gave a good thought.
And you know what? Like, when you do this list, no matter what you do, someone's calling you an idiot. No matter Wayne Gretzky at 1, fool. I mean, that's probably the only one you can clearly say he's number 1.
But I love to think about who's better, Darnell Nurse or Boris Mironov. These are fun games to play. Where would you put Nurse on that list?
Oh, that's another one. He didn't make the original list, obviously. Does
Ekholm make that list? I would argue he's the second best defenseman since you-know-who in 06.
Pronger?
Shh. Don't say his name.
Well, if you go back, Andrei Kovalenko came in at 76. Loved Kovalenko. Number 51, right? But he'd probably be pushed back. Scott Mellenby. Pat Price probably comes out of the top 100. Marc-Andre Bergeron probably gets picked back. Dean McCammond. But how many others?
It's interesting to see if you mentally think about the list in 05 versus 15 versus 25. We didn't do a list in 05. We weren't born yet. There's so many good modern day Oilers. We're so lucky to be fans during this time. As somebody who cheered for the team from 1993 to 1995 as a kid, Connor, wasn't even close.
I'd be curious, if we were to say, if you said, give me number 40 to 50, how different people's lists would look?
I'd start by looking at career points. So I'd take all the players since 2015, sort them by career points since then, and then start putting them into the list. Would Stu Skinner make your top 100?
Declan, what are you saying? Well, I'm trying to find the lowest rated goaltender.
There was a lot of Oilers goalies. Stu Skinner is far above.
A lot of players that he's far below as well.
Would you have him
it's
above
top 100, son?
Would you have him above Devin Dubnyk? He's got you helped you get the 2 straight Stanley Cup finals.
Work out the wording.
Top 10 Oilers goalies.
I would have yeah, for sure.
So they had
I would have him above Dubnyk.
Dubnyk was 70.
What?
Yeah.
That in 2015 though.
Yeah.
That 10 years is that's a good portion of time for at least 30 players to come through and change. Now, I don't think there are actually going to be 30 players in the last 10 years who are going to make that list. There's probably going to be 15, 20 max. But 70 for Dubnyk even then seems too high. That's a little.
Are you arguing with the late
recency
great Robin
bias.
Brownlee, sir? Because he will somehow find a way to let you know.
I wouldn't say that, but I do think. When was the list published in 2015? Do we know that?
No. I could go
in the summer. I know that because we're we need summer content.
So this is all I'm saying. Connor McDavid was ranked 7th.
Yes.
Before he even played a game.
And his breakdown, he basically said, I'm just going to put this guy here because I'm pretty sure when we look back in history,
And he was right. Like, it paid off. But if Connor had both his legs eaten by a shark that summer and never played a game, all of a sudden it would have looked like a pretty bad placement.
Dubnyk was off the Oilers organization in 2014. Out.
Yeah.
So, like, this list came out after his legacy. His time with the Oilers was done.
But still recency bias. Like, it's a year removed.
But it wasn't a good legacy.
Where's Devin? Yeah, exactly. It wasn't. Where's he on this updated list?
We haven't found him yet. We're only six names in. I think we could find him in the 80s or 90s, maybe, but I'd have Stuart Skinner ahead of him.
Well, I'll give you that. I would have Stuart Skinner ahead of Devin Dubnyk as well.
Well, now you don't know what to think, do you, Declan?
No, but I just think Devin Dubnyk is. I think that's irresponsible placement to a degree.
Hot take.
Whoa. You guys think he's the top 100 Oiler ever?
Yes. Stuart Skinner, right? Or Devin Dubnyk?
Devin Dubnyk.
Outside of
2015.
Outside of the Oilers dynasty, there was a lot of bad hockey being played. So, yeah, I think you could squeeze him in the top 100. I don't know how high, but, you know, you go from 1992 to, like, 97 when they start getting into the back of the playoffs. I don't know how many guys you have on that roster. We saw Boris Mironov. Then all of a sudden, Garen Waite, Anson Carter, Ryan Smith, Curtis Joseph, like those guys all of a sudden start to deserve to be in there. But
like Devin Dubnyk never played a playoff game for the Oilers. Like that has to factor in at some point.
But nobody did.
Neither did Hall or Orkov or Everett.
Yeah,
sorry. Orkov did. My bad. Everett.
We had the decade of darkness. We had to put some new people, and there wasn't as many players joining the list in 2015 that were modern.
Just before we jump in, Everett did play in the playoffs. My bad. Hall would have been the one that didn't.
Yeah.
It's a fun debate. We'll take a break. We'll take a break here. Maybe when we come back, we'll talk to Strutty about it later on. We'll also talk to Dave McCarthy about it. Let us know, where do you think Devin Dubnyk ranks on the top 100 Oilers, or does he rank at all? 1-833-401-1440. It's the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, Facebook, YouTube, and X, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
Some people wake up and get dressed for work in a suit and tie or a nice dress. At GS Construction, we're less fashion forward and more putting our best foot forward. We wear hard hats and steel toe boots, and most importantly, we wear 50 years of experience with pride. It's not glamorous, it's definitely not easy, but it matters. We do it well. So if you'd like to be part of something where your work matters, GS Construction is hiring. Just remember, when you come for an interview, ditch the tie. See more at gsconstruction.ca.
New Jizz Nuggets. This is New Jizz Nuggets, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. What nugget of cooling advice does Nuge have today?
An air conditioner works by blowing air across the cold evaporator coil where the heat is absorbed into the refrigerant. I actually don't know what that means. Kind of like Zach Hyman with goaltender interference. Sorry, Zach.
Well, you got me there. Get no payments and no interest for 1 year on your new AC from Legacy Heating and Cooling. Proud sponsor of
New Jizz Nuggets.
On the Rocks, the party never stops.
Check it out.
Mondays, bingo tune.
Tuesdays, tacos and tequila.
Wednesdays, it's wings and karaoke.
Shake what your mama gave ya with salsa lessons on Thursdays and the best live DJs.
Plus, live music every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, along with DJ Kenny K.
Hold on, let's not forget $5 happy hour, 7 days a week.
Your bar, your party. You're on the Rocks.
On the Rocks.
Chat with Brav and 118th.
Performance by Action Electrical today. Their projects team kicked things off, designing and building with unmatched skill.
Then the service team swoops in for those crucial repairs and maintenance. And don't forget the testing team, ensuring everything's safe and sound before the solar team scores with sustainable energy.
A complete team effort. Have Action Electrical bring home a win for you and your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Excavators, loaders, lifts, compaction equipment, and more. Find the XCMG construction equipment you need. Available for rental or sale at Japa Machinery Group. Japa, helping build Alberta from the ground up for 50 years. Visit japamachinery.com.
You've got a go-to coffee spot. a trusted barber, even a lucky game day jersey. But when it's about looking your absolute best, there's only one name you need. Mr. Dirk. Family run since 1939. We're experts in crafting impeccable tailor-made suits and offering a wide variety of everyday styles. Pair that with personalized one-on-one fittings and the convenience of on-site tailoring. Mr. Dirk elevates your style game. Visit our Edmonton store or explore MrDirk.com. Score big on style with Mr. Dirk.
McDonald's sundaes and snack-sized shakes are $2, or get $1 cones exclusively on the McDonald's app. With those prices, your hands are going to be full of treats. Like Alex here. My phone. I got you. App download and registration required. At participating McDonald's in Canada. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
The ATB Classic is returning to Northern Bear Golf Club.
An international field of professionals will battle it out on their path towards the PGA Tour.
Advance tickets are $20, or upgrade your access to sit greenside in the Sports 1440 Birdie Bar. Presented by Sleeman.
Net proceeds go to Youth on Course to give kids age 6 to 18 access to play golf for just $5.
Come see the future stars of the PGA Tour.
The ATB Classic.
September 11th to 14th.
Get your tickets at atbclassic.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Leading Edge Physio. We treat pain and injuries head to toe and some other issues that might surprise you, like incontinence, vertigo, neuropathy, and cognitive issues. We invest in the technology, techniques, skills, and people who know how and what to fix. Life shouldn't hurt. LeadingEdgePhysio.com.
He's not just another pair of glasses. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for checking out Edmonton Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, also streaming on Oilers Nation, Facebook, YouTube, and X. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight's Lotto Max, an estimated $25 million. Go get your ticket, PlayAlberta.ca. Connor Halley, Wanye, Gretz with you here. We got Declan Kruger and Josh Fenwick as well. Of course, if you want to get in on the conversation, 1-833-401-1440. Our text line is going through it. It's loading, it's failing, it's battling, it's trying its best, but keep the text rolling in here. We did ask you guys, if you were doing that Oilers top 100, would you have Devin Dubnyk on the list? Random summer questions for you. Hopefully we'll get this thing up and running and get some responses. Right now, though, let's go around the NHL, brought to you by McDonald's. You can cool down with only $2 sundaes and snack-sized shakes, or check out the McDonald's app for an exclusive $1 cone deal. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery. Only at McDonald's. Go check it out. We got hot weather rolling in for the next 4 or 5 days here, 30 above.
Really?
Beat the heat at McDonald's. If you can't, maybe ice cream's not your thing, it's dollar drink days as well. Get a nice coffee or a crisp Coke Zero.
If it's plus 30, ice cream should be everybody who's not lactose intolerant's main priority.
Go to. Absolutely. As we bring in Dave McCarthy. Dave, in the heat, what's the best beverage to have?
Well, first off, I'm going to say I'm extremely jealous right now. 30 degrees. I'm coming. I'm on my way right now. It was 13 degrees this morning at 8 a.m. I could not even have a coffee outdoors before my show. I was not happy. The best beverage when it is hot outside was the question?
That's the one. What's the most refreshing beverage in 30-degree heat?
Beer. Like, this shouldn't be a discussion. Are there other options that I'm unaware of? Beer.
Maybe like a Arnold Palmer would be nice.
What's in that?
Isn't that iced tea and lemonade? I think that might be a nice one. Now, what kind of beer? Like, are you gonna go for
No, it's got to be a lighter, not like a Coors Light. That's not beer. But like a lager, like a Pilsner, something like that. I avoid the Dunkels until the winter time. The Guinnesses, they're good in like the fall. My beer choice often is determined by the brightness of the beer matching the brightness of the sun, or at least the amount of sun that we have. The darker we get for longer, the darker the beer goes. So, like I'm looking at like an Amsterdam Blonde. I know no free ads, but I guess I just gave one. Outstanding beer, a local brewery here in Ontario. And the most brilliant thing they did, Connor, is they started selling their beer in cans of 568 milliliters, not your standard 500. Because often, I don't know about you, I finish a tall can of 500. I'm like, I want like two more sips.
Yeah.
And then what happens is I have another beer, which we're trying not to do. But it gives you that 1 or 2 extra sips. So Amsterdam Blonde, I've been on a real kick of that these days.
Genius marketing right there. So, okay, Dave, I know you're based out in, the center of the hockey universe, but entertain us here. If you were doing a top 100 Edmonton Oilers list, would goaltender Devin Dubnyk be there?
Can you repeat that? You broke up on me, and all I heard was Devin Dubnyk be there.
If you were doing the top 100 Oilers of all time, do you have Devin Dubnyk on your list?
Because
that's a tough task to do 100 players, right?
Yeah, it is. It's a lot of players. Like Devin Dubnyk was a reasonably good goalie in his time in Edmonton. I guess it didn't really translate into a ton of team success. And it's always tough, I find, on these lists to assess goaltenders simultaneously with skaters because there's such a different type of position. Like I'm looking up his stats right now. Like he had a couple years where he was quite like honestly, you look at his save percentage nowadays, 916 in 2010-11, year after that 914, year after that 921. Like that's a good save percentage. The record didn't necessarily match the quality of the save percentage, but how much of that was his fault and how much of the fact was it that the team was no good at the time? So like it's tough if you don't have the body of success behind you on one of those lists. I do think it kind of works against you, but I'll tell you what, if the team had been better in front of him in those days, I think we would be thinking about Devin Dubnyk in a much different light, because those are pretty damn good numbers in a pretty good amount of games. Like that's 35, 47, 38 games. Like that's a quality tandem goalie nowadays, the likes of which we see a lot of teams employing that type of a strategy these days. So I don't know. I'd have to go through the list, but on that alone, could he sneak into the 90s? Probably.
Now, we got into this because Oilers Nation is doing a top 100 Oilers of all time. It was based off an article that the late, great Robin Brownlee did 10 years ago. So this is kind of, the summer content as we roll through here. If you are asked to do the same for the Toronto Maple Leafs, is that something you'd be willing to take on? Because it's a lot of pressure. Like we talked about it. Outside of in Edmonton, number one, I think the whole list is going to be debated.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Really? Yeah, I guess in Edmonton, it should be fairly straight. It's Wayne Gretzky, right?
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not like you don't have an option right now where you could suggest. McDavid is maybe the only guy that could even have a legitimate discussion about whether or not he could be in. So, yeah, no, it is Wayne Gretzky. And then I guess Connor would be 2, and then away you roll. Yeah, I'd be willing to take that on. Like, how much time would I have to invest in that? You want to do it properly.
Yeah.
And, if I'm doing it on my free time, that's a lot of time. Am I getting paid for it? Like, I'd look into it. But, yeah, no, it's interesting to go back and compile these type of lists because, you're right. 100 players is different than like a top 25, a top 50. And especially for teams that, like the Leafs, the Oilers have a long history of pedigree behind them. And there've been a lot of good players that have rolled through Edmonton, a lot of good players that have rolled through Toronto. Yeah, it would be an interesting exercise for sure. When the NHL unveiled its top 100 players of the first 100 years of the league, it was really interesting to go over some of the guys that were included and some of the guys that just missed. And like I will say one thing, lists elicit discussion. We spent a good half hour, if not more than that, on my show this morning debating the NHL Network's placement of Austin Matthews on their top 20 centers list at 7, which, at first glance, you're like, oh, the disrespect. But when you looked at the guys in front of him, it was kind of reasonable given the season that he had last year and the lack of body of success that he's had in the playoffs as a team. So, I love lists like that because you can debate them till the end of time. And my goodness, at this time of the year, We need things like that to elicit discussion.
When you first saw that, like, where would you kind of, before digging too deep into it, where would you have thought Austin Matthews would be ranked when it comes to, top centers in the league?
Yeah, I just think, you think of Austin Matthews and you think, well, he should be in the top 5 for fun, right? The guy shot at the net 69 times a couple of years ago. That has been the single greatest season scoring goals, which are the hardest thing to do in the game, since the early 90s. When Alex McGillney shot it in the net 76 times. I believe he tied with Teemu Selanne that year. I think it was like 93, 94, something like that. And then not since then has anyone come close to that level of production. But Matthews had a down year last year. I know there'd be a lot of guys that would love to have a down year that looked like 33 goals in 67 games. That's still like a 40-goal pace over 82 games. But it was a down year based on his standards. You look at the fact that, again, in games 5 and 7, he had an opportunity to push through and really author a moment, did not do so. Had an opportunity of the Four Nations to lead the United States to a gold in the gold medal game, did not do so. And so you look at the list, McDavid, there is no debate, number 1. McKinnon, Draisaitl, 2-3. I don't think there's much of a debate there. Alexander Barkov has earned the right to push past Austin Matthews right now on that list. He's at 4. He's won 2 consecutive Stanley Cups. He's the captain of the team. He's been a very important player along the road to their 2 Stanley Cups. He was a big reason why the Panthers were able to keep Braden Point and Nikita Kucherov in check, Matthews and Marner in check. He authored a big-time moment on the series clinching goal against Carolina, and he was great in the Cup final. He literally has gone head-to-head against Austin Matthews in 2 of the past 3 playoffs and has won the battle. So I don't know how you don't put him ahead of Matthews. And so I think that's correct. Sidney Crosby is still as good as they come. If you gave me one game today, told me you had to win and had to build a team, I'm picking Sidney Crosby over Austin Matthews. Jack Eichel has won a Stanley Cup and had a better year than Matthews last year, and then you find Matthews. So it in theory is somewhat disrespectful to a guy that scored 69 goals just 2 years ago. But when you break it down, I actually think it's kind of fair. What I do not agree with was Mike Rupp's assessment that he'd take a healthy Jack Hughes over Austin Matthews. With all due respect to Mike, who has played the game a lot more than I have, I think that's silly.
I wish we had Rupper on tomorrow. We could have brought it up, but we'll wait a few weeks. We'll remember and make sure we ask him that when he joins us once again on the Jason Gregor Show. It is the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in for Jason. We got Dave McCarthy joining us from Sirius XM NHL. I want to ask if you saw Matt Larkin's article today about 5 teams who got noticeably weaker in the 2025-2026 season. If you didn't, the Avalanche are there. You've also got the Edmonton Oilers, the LA Kings, the Maple Leafs, and the Winnipeg Jets. Would you agree with Matt's assessment?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think Edmonton got better with the guys that they lost. Connor Brown and Corey Perry were big parts of the team. They wanted to keep them, and they find themselves in a position right now that the Leafs found themselves in like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, where they had all these good players and they had their hands tied behind their back because of the salary cap, and they had to let guys walk out the door. So, no, I don't think they got better. They didn't really do anything to address their goaltending. So, no, I don't think they got better. You look at Winnipeg, they lost Nick Ehlers, a legitimate top 6 forward. Didn't really replace him. Probably didn't get better. Colorado, I don't know. Maybe I'd push back on Colorado a little bit. Keep in mind, they're expecting to have a healthy Gabriel Landeskog back at the beginning of this year, which is something they did not have for much of last season. That could be an improvement. I don't know about Colorado. They kind of stayed the same, but I don't think they got demonstrably weaker. Who the Maple Leafs? Yeah, I mean, Mitch Marner walked out the door for sure. That'll hurt them in the regular season. But they brought in guys that will look to fill the role. Matthias Michele had a down year. Can he have a bounce back year in a line with Austin Matthews? That will help. Is he Mitch Marner? No. Will it affect other areas of the team like penalty killing and the way that Craig Berube uses his matchups, because Marner and Matthews were an elite line defensively, that you wouldn't have to worry about them going up against other teams' top players. That's an effect as well. But as I think I made the contention on the show with Jason a month or so ago, I haven't really lost much when it comes to playoff production. Right?
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, totally agree. On the flip side now, who's a team that you think has taken the biggest jump this offseason?
It's really difficult to identify, to be honest with you. Like, even after free agency and since then, nothing's happened. Like, honestly, nothing has happened since early July. It's crazy. Even as we put everything to bed that day, I remember talking to a few colleagues, and we asked ourselves that very question. Who dramatically got better? And not from like 21st to maybe they get to 14th overall in the league. I'm talking like a team that legitimately can now contend for the Stanley Cup. And if you're the Florida Panthers, you look at and say, ooh, you got to watch them. If I had to pick a team, it would be Vegas. But Marner's never done it in the playoffs. And that continues to concern me until I actually see it done. It's a big adjustment. We'll see how he fares. Yes, he chose to go there, but an adjustment is an adjustment, and that is a big one. But you also have to keep in mind that Alex Pietrangelo, who's a big part of that team, played 25-plus minutes a night, is no longer a part of the program. They have not replaced him. So how much better have they really got? Maybe a little bit offensively during the regular season. Beyond that, it's not huge. It's not huge. And after that, like I cannot honestly think of a team that is dramatically better than they were a year ago, which is why I've made the point that if you're Florida coming into this season, I think you've got to have your tongue wagging right now with anticipation of looking at a three-peat, because I think it's theirs to lose.
Yeah, I wouldn't debate that. I mean, right now, power rankings, there's one team that's staying steady at the top, and that certainly is the Florida Panthers. Dave, thanks so much for doing this today. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, buddy. See you.
There you go. Dave McCarthy, Sirius XM, joins us every Tuesday here on the Jason Gregor Show. We'll take a break. When we come back, hopefully we'll get to some of your texts, 1-833-401-1440. If not, head over to Oilers Nation YouTube channel. That's where you can watch the show and get in on the chat. We can have some debate there as well. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, Facebook, YouTube, and X, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Hey, everybody, it's Gene Principe, the Prince of Puns, and I've got something that definitely will float your boat. How would you like to join me and the superstars of hockey on an exotic holiday? Join us on a 7-night cruise through the Mexican Riviera, leaving from LA and including Cabo, Mazatlan, Puerto Vallarta, and more. While we relax and cruise the tropical waters and have some drinks with umbrellas in them, you could attend an intimate meet and greet with legends like Bill Ranford, Jason Strudwick, Kelly Buchberger, Ron Lowe, and more. Don't miss out on every hockey fan's dream cruise, the Edmonton Hockey Legends Cruise. It's going to be one haul of a trip. Prices start at just $23.99, and part of the proceeds support the Ben Stelter Foundation and Kids with Cancer.
Visit cast.tours/Edmonton or call 1-833-347-7678. Call and save $200 when you mention promo code Stingray Radio. Cast Tours, 1-833-347-7678.
Reports suggest that Canadian taste buds are bored to tears.
My mouth can't handle another dull drink.
Summertime smoothie experts everywhere are recommending a watermelon wake-up from Booster Juice.
It's so smooth, cool, and refreshing.
And ridiculously delicious. Enjoy the Watermelon Wave and Watermelon Explosion smoothies, available all summer long at a Booster Juice near you. Stay cool, Canada.
Booster Juice, Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV, and you'd think that as a used RV expert, I'd be a real do-it-yourself guy. Oh, I know all the dirty and grungy stuff that has to be done to keep your quality used RV healthy, and I actually don't like doing it. That's why I hired a whole service team at No Bull. I get to talk about it on TikTok, and they get their hands dirty.
Gotta be some perks to being the boss, Rick.
That's right, Bob. It's only fair that I share it with everyone, which is why we created our Camp Ready Club. Here's how it works. For one low monthly cost of just $30, we'll do your spring opening, fall closing, and all your regular scheduled maintenance on your used RV.
Plus, club members get priority discounts and perks as well.
You know it, Bob. Camp Ready means you've got everything you need. But if you require service or repair during the peak summer season, Camp Ready members go to the front of the line to get you back to the great outdoors faster.
And that's no bull. NobleRV.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Action Electrical. They are the most diversified electrical contractor in Alberta with 4 divisions in project, service, TAG, and solar for commercial or residential. Contact them today at actionelectrical.net. That's actionelectrical.net.
He's not just another pair of glasses. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for checking out Edmonton Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Welcome back. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, also streaming on Oilers Nation YouTube, Facebook, and X. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Getting it over there now. Check it out. Lotto Max estimated $25 million tonight. Get your ticket at PlayAlberta.ca, and when you make a deposit, make sure to use promo code Gregor50. That'll get you a free $50 bet, one per month. So it resets on September 1st. For those of you who might be interested, maybe you make a deposit and then you want to wager on the Edmonton Elks as they'll be down in Calgary taking on the Stampeders. Labor Day Classic, one of the most fun games of the year for those of you that are making the trip down to Calgary. 1-833-401-1440. That is the text line. Get those texts in here. That comes with a caveat that, you know what, the text line machine thing is struggling today. But that's okay. So if we get to your texts, I'm sure it'll be worth it. Keep firing them in here. If not, you can always go to Oilers Nation YouTube channel and hop in the chat there. I think Cantork was in there for a little while. 306 from the Sticks said it was nice to hear from Ted Hitchcock. Of course, that is Terry Ryan in Shoresy. And then while you're there, make sure you hit the like button as well. We had a text in from Vitamin J. I work with a non-sports fan who's big into video games. When I tell him how weird it is to watch other people play video games, he asks, why do I watch sports? Touche, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I guess similar. It's competition. It's people going up against each other. You don't know how it's going to play out. I don't think I've ever really gotten too much into the gaming type of thing. There was a time when NFL players were playing Madden, and for whatever reason, I would tune in to watch that. Maybe more so for the banter and things like that. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't really got into the competitive gaming. I know a lot of people love it. Bird had asked just regarding the top 100, how about Nuge? Yeah, I think we have Nuge pretty high when all things are, you know,
in 2025.
2025, yeah, Nuge is going to be up there pretty high.
I wonder where he was in 2015.
I'll have to go check if I can.
He was around.
He was around, absolutely. I think we can probably take a look here and find it, as my little slow computer does its best to get there. But we'll get there eventually. 2015, it would have been early in his career, but I think based on, like, I don't know, not even reverse hindsight, just looking into the future, you'd say, like, I'll check him up, throw him a bone and put him up there somewhere.
I remember talking to Robin and being like, how many modern day Oilers do you think make this list? He was like, very, very few.
Before Draisaitl and Bouchard and Hyman gets acquired.
It's amazing to be seeing this many players of historical significance all playing at once for the team.
Nuge was 39 back then.
39.
39, yeah.
That's some hype.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Where do you put him now? Top 20? Top 30?
Okay, so he's going to surpass Muni, Bukaboom, Hughes, Eberle, McSorley, Klima, Semenko, Bill Guerin, Horkov, Hall, Buckberger, Joe Murphy, Lumley, Hunter, Krushelinski. Do you have him higher than Hemsky?
you have to give weighting to the playoffs. And it's not Alex Hemsky's fault. He wasn't in the playoffs more as an Oiler. He was in sometimes early on. But I think you got to put him higher than Hemsky, don't you?
I mean, we had the projection that we're going to have him as a 1,000-point player when his career is done.
The Nuge.
We said that yesterday.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me he's going to play let's just assume all of his career with the Oilers, 1,000-point player, I'd have him. Yeah, he might be cracking the top 20.
But remember, this is the caveat. It's a 2025 list.
Mm-hmm.
So it's how far have they progressed up the ladder as of today? If you do it again in 10 years.
I'll put him top 25.
It was interesting. Our guest put Connor above Messier.
I would have no issue with that. But if you're going to go Stanley Cup's resumes, but I still would Connor McDavid to me is, I miss Gretzky and Mess in their heyday. So it's hard for me to say for sure. But for me, best Oiler obviously I've ever seen. Anyone under the age of, I'd say almost 40 would probably have to say he's the best Oiler they've ever seen. And it's not even close.
Oh, yeah. Connor is my favorite player by a lot and my personal hero due to his dedication and ability to get into an ice bath. I would still put Messier above him on the list in 2025. When all is said and done, I think Connor's number 2.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to give weight to the cups.
Yeah. And I'm I would have no issue with him being number 2. But then, is it clearly would you have him at 3 then?
Connor 3?
Yeah.
Yeah, I go Gretzky, Messier, Connor, Curry.
Okay, yeah. I think that's fair. But what about Paul Coffey?
5th.
He's behind Curry.
Man, Curry doesn't get the love. We're not from that generation. If you talk to people who saw Yari Curry in those days, Leon Draisaitl riding shotgun for Connor McDavid, Gretzky to Curry was no joke.
Yeah. And I know that, but I just maybe we all don't look at it that way.
He's got big numbers, man. Gretzky to Curry.
Just trying to scroll down here. When you get to how many points all time, Paul Coffey's 16th all time. That is absolutely crazy.
He is the best Oilers defenseman, and it's not even a question.
Curry's 23rd. Yeah.
In Brownlee's list.
No, this is all-time points.
Oh, I see.
Paul Coffey, 16th. Curry, 23.
Wow. Wow, he makes a case.
McDavid, just over 1,000. He's not quite cracking that top 50 yet.
Is Paul Coffey the fourth best Oiler after Gretzky, Connor, Messier? Gretzky, Messier, Connor in that order. Is he 4th?
That's what I'm kind of saying. He could be 4th. He could be 5th.
I
Kind of
think you're
depends
right.
on your perspective, I suppose.
If
He won the Cups.
He's that much above him in points, too. It's a tough call.
Now, he did go on to Pittsburgh where he thrived as well. Curry bounced around for a long time, too. So you'd have to maybe look at their Oilers points, which I can do. But yeah, I mean, what a ridiculous talent pool there is to choose from. And if hypothetically they were to do the Maple Leafs, I think they'd be tough because so many of their cups and dominant players came from the 60s and the 50s. You're running out of people to talk to that have witnessed those guys.
Totally.
And how do they compare against a guy like Austin Matthews who did score 69, but in the playoffs doesn't have that success?
That's why we're so lucky to be Oilers fans in 2025. We're getting to see these people of significance now. Imagine being a Leafs fan, like you just said. They were like, well, he was great. Imagine being a Habs fan.
Yeah.
We're like, oh, boom, boom, Jeffrey was something to see in 1921. Okay.
So if you just base it off their time in Edmonton, Yari Curry's 3rd for the Oilers.
In points.
In 3rd, yeah. So Coffey went and had a lot of success with the Penguins and kept on playing. Goes Gretzky, McDavid, Curry, Messier, Draisaitl. Glenn Anderson, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins. Nugent's more than Paul Coffey in Edmonton.
Paul Coffey really went on after his career and did some stuff, didn't he? How many cups did he win?
We would have won 2 more with the Penguins.
Did he win all 5 in Edmonton? No, I think
just 1 with the Penguins.
He didn't win all 5 of the Oilers Cups. I'm not looking at him right now.
No, he did not.
He won 3, I think.
Yeah.
That's no screen, Connor. That's just off the dome.
Player profile. So after he left Edmonton, in Edmonton, he had 3 consecutive 100-point seasons. He had 2 more when he went to the Penguins. And he went on a bit of a tour at the end. But even later in his career, 74 points with the Red Wings in 95-96, dropped off to 26-29. Do you remember Paul Coffey as a Carolina Hurricane?
I do towards the end.
40 points. And then his last season with the Bruins had just 4 points and decided to hang him up.
In how many games?
18. 2000, 2001.
He played so long.
He had a crazy career. Like ridiculous how good his career was.
How many teams when all of a sudden done did he play for?
Oilers, Penguins, Kings, Wings, Whalers, Flyers, Blackhawks, Hurricanes, Bruins. I got 9, if I'm counting correctly.
Man, oh man.
This is why we need that TV show about old Oilers so we can relive how their careers went. Learn all about it. But yeah, it's crazy. I feel like, you get to a point, and this is what I kind of said to Dave, was after Gretzky, I will listen to arguments for Messier versus McDavid at 2. Well, I think it's 2-3. I'll listen to arguments Curry Coffee at 4-5. Leon Draisaitl at 6. If they were to win a cup, I think all of a sudden, and he's got the MVPs, he's got the 50 goal scores, you could put him up in that argument for 4 or 5. Like, they just, as you said, Stanley Cups do matter, and you start to get that, and all of a sudden the debate is open again.
It's a fun one to debate. We do a lot of trade scenarios.
Yeah.
And debate those. What if this guy got traded for this guy? Think about it. This is a fun one though. Like, who's had a bigger impact in the NHL? Zach Hyman or as an Oilers, sorry. Zach Hyman or Alex Hemsky. Like, these types of debates, they're good fun.
Yeah. And I can't wait till the list finished and someone's left off and someone's like, you idiots, you left off Mariusz Czerkawski.
The Polish Prince.
Yeah. David Oliver's not there, but you put in, give me anyone.
I can see David Oliver wearing number 20 skating up and down the ice right now in my mind's eye.
Yeah.
We lost him for $100,000 to the Rangers because he scored like 23 goals one year or something. And we're like, well, we can't afford those types of players.
Those were the days.
It was hard to be an Oilers fan then because you wanted them to be good, but not too good.
Not too good because, money would call somewhere else. And that was a real thing. Then the salary cap goes in after the lockout, and that's when the Oilers went to the Cup final. Before
that's because that's how they got Pronger and Pekka.
Yeah, before that, the Flames went to the final where they lost to Tampa. It was an Alberta sandwich, but they both lost. Still to come on this show today, of course, we are going to be joined by Jason Strudwick, former NHLer. Let's get his thoughts. As a guy who grew up in Edmonton, like if he's ranking his, we'll say like 2 through 6 when it comes to all-time Oilers, where does he have it?
Should we just include Strud in the top 100 because it's our list and we can do whatever we want?
Yeah.
Should we tell Zach we want Struddy?
Yeah, here's the thing, Zach. This is not a debate. This is facts. He's going in at 69.
I can log into the site. I could log in and change 69.
Yeah, why not?
Nice.
Why not? It's one spot. It's okay.
You got to respect Brownlee putting Connor at 7A sight unseen.
Yeah.
Like just on the basis of drafting him.
Yeah.
Woo.
That good. I bet at the time people were like, whoa.
No, I remember it. Everybody was like, oh, wow, this is really serious. Like,
Really?
do you remember when he first took the ice at Rexall Place? And they opened it up to the public, and there was like 10,000 people watching. And when he took the ice, everyone cheered so loud.
No.
It was insane to see.
I do remember the first time seeing him skate in real life. Just like, wow.
I remember seeing
He's got a level above everyone else.
I was there. I was in the crowd cheering my you-know-what off. He was doing things in drills. You're just like, okay, here it comes. This is not going to be... Remember back in those days, it was like, oh, everybody's so hyped up. Oh, live up to the hype. Taylor and Tyler and Jordan Eberle and the Nuge and all these, and then all the first picks overall. And then he came in, and I swear by the end of his first practice, everyone was like, okay, here we go.
Usually rookies don't get their desired number at rookie camp. Yeah, he got 97.
Remember how he kept saying when he first showed up, if I make the team?
Yeah.
Remember? He's like, well, if I make the team. And everybody just kept laughing as though he was doing stand-up. Well, if I make the team.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll take a break here. We'll get to a Sports 1440 update with Declan Kruger here on the Jason Gregor Show, brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. They are hiring HVAC installers and plumbers, starting bonuses to the right candidate, strong benefits, RRSP matching tuition reimbursement. You can apply today at legacyheating.ca.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Final cuts today in the NFL. Tommy DeVito, Sam Hartman, Jake Haener, Desmond Ridder, quarterbacks who have been waived by their clubs. The Saints are going to be going with Spencer Rattler as their starting quarterback for the season. Green Bay Packers wave Canadian quarterback Taylor Algersma as the franchise is keeping just 2 quarterbacks on their 53-man roster. And the Toronto Argonauts have signed American wide receiver Makai Polk. He returns to Toronto after being waived by the Falcons. For the first time in 62 years, the team captain will play at the Ryder Cup. Telegraph's James Corrigan reports that the United States captain Keegan Bradley will use one of his 6 picks on himself. MLB gets going in about half an hour's time with the Red Sox and Orioles. Jays and Twins also in action at 5:07. And in the U.S. Open, Felix Auger-Aliassime currently up 2-0 with a match point in his first round matchup. Denis Shapovalov was able to win in straight sets earlier today. In the women's draw, it was Iga Swiatek winning her first-round match earlier, and third-seed American favorite Coco Gauff will play in about an hour here. I'm Declan Kruger. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
1440 Stingray Radio Station. CKJR broadcasts from West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin.
Download the free Stingray music app and listen wherever you go.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
McDonald's Sundays and snack size shakes are $2 or get $1 cones exclusively on the McDonald's app. With those prices, your hands are going to be full of treats. Like Alex here.
My phone.
I got you. App download and registration required. At participating McDonald's in Canada. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
The 8th annual Oilers Nation Open tees off Friday, August 29th at 9 a.m. A Texas scramble with fellow golfers, sports fans, and maybe even a few local personalities. Great shots, cold drinks, and a great cause. Gregor's Grads. Sign up at nationgear.ca. Whether you're a craft beer connoisseur or more of a wine aficionado, there's always something new to discover at Sherbrooke Liquor, a unique, family-owned, independent liquor store. The selection? Incredible. The non-alcohol section is also very impressive. Sherbrooke Liquor, expert, knowledgeable staff with a passion for unique finds. More than just a liquor store, we're a community. Alberta's best, the one and only Sherbrooke Liquor. Wine, spirits, and oodles of beer. Visit SherbrookeLiquor.com.
Great news! Metal Supermarkets now offers convenient welding services for their customers. Simple Weld, steel, stainless, and aluminum welding. TIG, MIG, and stick are all available. TIG, MIG, and stick. Sounds like my old garage band with their kooky nicknames. Yeah, we were huge in Japan, but never really caught on here. Your loss, Edmonton. Metal Supermarkets, your local convenience stores for... and welding. Southside, West End, metalsupermarkets.com.
I don't want another heartbreak. I don't need another turn to cry. No, I don't want to learn.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. Terrific Tuesday. 40% off any regular price pizza. Use the code word 40Tuesday. That's 40 Tuesday. At the start of each pizza order at papajohns.ca or on the Papa John's app.
Look good, feel good, play good. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for listening to Sports 1440.
Presented by playalberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Unstoppable. Cinderella said to Snow White, how does love get so awful?
Back to the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, Facebook, YouTube, and X. The Jason Gregor Show brought to you by playalberta.ca. Use promo code Gregor50. Get a $50 free play. Use your game sense. GameSenseAB.ca. Stay within your limits. And some good news with Play Alberta. All revenue stays in our fine province. So check it out, playalberta.ca. Lotto Max tonight, an estimated $25 million. Connor Halley, Wanye, Gretz with you here. We got Declan Kruger and Josh Fenwick as well. You can always text in 1-833-401-1440. So we're talking some Oilers and kind of the debate with the top 100. More so with the top 10. It kind of goes in a few different directions and, I guess perspective and recency bias and how much do you put Stanley Cups into it. There's a lot of different factors. So it'll be good content as the list goes on here. And who Who all is in this conversation, Wanye, when it comes down to making the list? Zach Lang playing a big part of it.
Yeah, I think Cam Lewis is involved.
Coombsy.
Yeah, Coombsy's involved.
You need some of the old heads in there. You gotta reach out to Low Tide.
Well, I don't know how many sources of information there is. Let's just put it that way. It might just be Zach and Cam smashing it out. Consensus would be an interesting thing. If we had 10 people make the list of top Oilers of all time.
Yeah.
100 Oilers. You might get to it.
Let's get to the Oil Report, brought to you by Discovery Days, the sale event on now. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 2.99%. Great vehicles, better service, only at VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. And, it's funny because the one part of this list that I enjoy is the bottom. Like when you talk about 95 to 100, it's got to be kind of digging into the depths of this roster. He wasn't great, but he was a good Oiler. He wasn't, Jeff Petrie. And I don't think too many people would say he played his best hockey of his career as a member of the Edmonton Oilers. And he was a whipping boy, but he made it into the 94 spot.
We're closing in on, it's scary to say, 50 years of Oilers hockey.
Yeah.
So if you put 30 players a year in the roster, is that fair? And there's year-to-year crossover. Have 1,000 people played for the Oilers? Maybe more.
Oh, we looked into it.
Oh.
Josh Fenwick actually cracked the numbers. It was 1,200 or something like that. 12,000. 12,000.
12,000. 12,000 players have played for the Oilers.
Well, we looked into the numbers of. He'll crack the mic here.
It was about 12,500 people sat down and just crushed it out at 5:30 on the show here.
You could have just asked ChatGPT, brother.
I probably could have, but I like making things hard on myself.
You are a Fenwick. You guys love your stats.
I do the best I can. But yeah, about 12,500.
So to be top 100 is insane.
To be top 100 is insane. I don't know. I went through Hockey Reference. So whether or not it included people who were on the team already, I didn't look through. I just took the totals at the top.
Wow.
I have no idea. But there's also a lot of single season guys on there who didn't do much, So
yeah.
I don't know.
Good chunk of them were just guys maybe played 10 games or less, right? Just here for a bit and then didn't work out. They move on.
Strutty's got to be number 100, just out of respect.
I would think so.
He's a legend.
Should have been number 100.
Well, 2015, we didn't know what he was going to be. Now, in 2025, all the stuff he's done since.
Do you know who number 100 was in the original list?
No.
Marc-Andre Bergeron.
Even though that thing?
Mm-hmm. He also had that great hit on the Dallas Stars just across the blue line in the playoff game. Do you remember that one? The hip check?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, those are one of the best.
Oh, I remember that hip check. Do you remember when Rafi Torres skated the length of the blue line and just absolutely laid out? I can't remember who. I think he was a San Jose
San Jose Sharks. Yeah. It was probably a dirty hit, but it was.
Wow, but it was just I've never seen someone skate completely along the blue line to end somebody's dreams and hopes.
And you remember in the playoffs, it was 2017, Connor McDavid's hit. I forget who he got there.
Open ice?
I don't know if it was open ice. See, I'll find it. And if anyone's texting, you can let us know, assuming the text machine is working. Marcus Sorensen.
Oh.
And he just...
A duck?
Oh, Sharks. Sharks, yeah. I think it kind of changed the tempo of the series. But he just buried him. And he doesn't do that often, right? But he kind of got the, I want to say, shoulder into the solar plex. And it was devastating. And
every now and then Connor McDavid hits somebody and you remember he is not to be trifled with.
I kind of like that though. As for a guy who's going to take a lot of guff from opposing players, when he throws up the elbow or whatever, takes his name out of the Lady Byng consideration and then goes and scores a goal. And I like it. Oilers, fans around the league, oh, he's 30. I hate that. But if he's on your team, you like it. And
Leon too.
Oh yeah, Leon's I think less subtle. I think he's I'll chop you.
When he's on the puck, good luck getting him off too.
Yeah. And, he might every once in a while do something a little crazy too. Just big hack, big chop.
It's so crazy that there's two modern day Oilers that are in the top conversation for the top 5. There were so many years as an Oilers fan. I was like, well, that's never going to be touched, any of those. I thought that maybe the Nuge would get up there in the long run. But to have Connor and Leon,
Enjoy it.
Enjoy it, kids.
One of the more recent Edmonton Oilers, of course, Tyson Barrie did announce his retirement from the NHL yesterday. Officially, I think it actually popped up a little earlier on social media. But tomorrow, how about this? Kevin Karras is going to have Tyson join him on the show.
Unreal.
Yeah.
That'd be a good thing to see on YouTube.
Well, we won't be on YouTube.
No, but when we do.
Yeah.
That's the kind
absolutely.
of stuff. I'd love to watch a Tyson Barrie interview.
Well, you can listen to it. That's the next best thing in this
I'm
situation.
a watcher, not a listener.
Can you just quickly ask ChatGPT how many Oilers have played on the roster?
Sure.
Ty sent a text. He just told me closer to 650. So
what are we saying? Have played at least one shift in the regular season?
Yeah, one game in the regular season. We'll see how accurate ChatGPT is.
It's very accurate.
But anyways, we're gonna have Tyson Barrie on the show with Kevin Karras tomorrow morning. So make sure you tune in. Tyson Barrie, like not only a very good hockey player, but an entertaining human being as well. Spent 3 parts of the season or 3 seasons with the Oilers. First year was his first year at 48 points in 56 games. Pretty good run there. So Tyson Barrie on with Kevin Karras tomorrow morning. Looks like you got the answer there.
539 skaters
Mm-hmm.
and 61 goaltenders. Brings the total to 600 players who played at least one shift for the Oilers in NHL competition.
So not quite as good as...
Now that Andy Reid thing I thought yesterday is the second latest falsehood we have said on the radio.
We should have put that number out on social media. 12,000
according to Josh.
According to Josh Fenwick, numbers guy, have played for the Edmonton Oilers. So,
Josh doesn't have a mic in front of him right now, so the man can't defend himself. So we should pile on.
So essentially 1 in 6 players will be on this Oilers. Yeah, okay. Still good. I'm still interested to see, in the middle, who's going to fall in there, and then where, generational bias plays an impact.
61 goalies. That'd be interesting to look at of that list sorted.
Top 10 goalies. Grant Fuhr, Andy Moog, Curtis Joseph, Bill Ranford, Tommy Salo, Devin Dubnyk, Skinner, Mike Smith.
Mike Smith.
I'm running out of names here. Fred Brathwaite, Walking Gage. I didn't give Koskinen any love there.
I've got
Bob Essenza.
It's typing it out right now, slowly.
Conklin, UC. I could guess UC Markkinen.
They have Rowley is 10.
Oh, Dwayne Rollison. What a fail.
Mike Smith is 9.
Okay.
Andy Moog is 8.
Gotta.
Tommy Salo is 6.
Yeah.
Tommy Salo is 7. Cujo 6. Bill Ranford 5. Controversial. He won a Vezina. Or Conn Smythe, sorry. Grant Fuhr 4. Cam Talbot 3. Stuart Skinner 2. Oh, this thing isn't working at all.
Chat GPT has spoken. Stuart Skinner, the second best.
I'm going to say reorder this and consider being smart.
Well, you're a clanker or whatever.
Well, I can work with this thing. I am a clanker.
I mean, it's if that's saying Stuart Skinner's number 2 and better than Grant Fuhr and Andy Moog, who are us humans to disagree? What do we know?
Great product.
I'm looking in the camera to say this is why you got to keep listening to
People.
real humans and not computers.
We're working with the tools. The tools don't work with us.
Are you getting there?
Let me type away here. Skinner did not. And he is number 2.
You're like, don't put him above him. That is false.
Part of the fun of using ChatGPT, it's not just like asking it questions and then that's the end of it. You can reshape your questions. I've had ChatGPT be wrong before. And I'm like, really? Can you check that? And it's like, oh, I look more carefully. You're right. I was wrong. I'm like, well, this thing ain't taking over anytime soon.
And then it will use that information going forward or what?
So listen, I said, reorder this list considering historical importance. Bill Ranford won the cup, for example. Stuart Skinner did not, and he's number 2 on your list. And it said, absolutely. You're right to point that out. If we prioritize historical importance over recent performance, and then they did it again. Ready for the new list?
Yes.
Grant Fuhr.
This is top 10 Oilers of all time.
Of all time. Number 1, Grant Fuhr. Number 2, Bill Ranford. Number 3, Andy Moog. Number 4, Tommy Salo. Number 5, Cujo. Number 6, Rollison. Number 7, Cam Talbot. Number 8, Stuart Skinner. Number 9, Mike Smith. Number 10, Devin Dubnyk.
There it is.
There it is.
Per Chat GPT.
Per Chat GPT, upon me saying, remember history, you clanker.
And that corrected it, which is good.
Tommy Salo is starting to fade in the minds of younger Oilers fans, but him being fourth above Cujo, that's an interesting. Where would you put Cujo on that list?
I mean, Cujo was huge. Like, he got you the win against the Dallas Stars.
He was only 3 seasons, though. That's the only knock against Cujo.
Well, how long was Tommy Salo?
6 years.
6 years. How many playoff berths?
Good question.
Was Cujo the goalie for the Oilers when they beat the Avs too? Because that was consecutive years, right?
Yep.
So he was there for that. Man, he was good. He was really good for the Edmonton Oilers. Salo was good too. Tommy Salo playoff games. I'm just want to expand it here. Doesn't seem to want to let me.
Roley's only 3 years, hey? 06 to 09.
So Salo actually appeared in the playoffs for 4 years with the Oilers. Didn't win a series. Lost 3-1, looks like. 4-1. It's funny. They have them listed as ties. So I'm assuming that's overtime losses on HockeyDB. But man, the goal against Belarus in the 2002 Olympics, that changed it.
Mm-hmm.
Always thought Tommy Salo had really good hair, though. So if that's the tiebreaker,
that Swedish blonde hair,
just slot him in there, one spot above. Well, you know what? Now what you have to do is find out ChatGPT's top 100 Oilers and see how much it varies from what Zach and Coombsy do.
Interesting.
Maybe that's what they're doing.
And no, we said don't use it.
Oh, is that a problem? Would they have, you think? I don't think so. Those are journalists. Zach Lang's a real journo.
Yes.
Yeah.
The part of it is like, we want your take on the top 100, not a clanker's take.
And then you do podcasts on it.
Exactly. And maybe one day videos. If you go back and look at Robin Brownlee's list, the write-ups he did on their careers is amazing. Like the Gretzky one, granted, he got the longest because he's number one, but like he really did put in a lot of work into the profiles of the players at each position.
You gotta do it.
It's quality journalism.
And a real journalist right there. Absolutely. Well, Wanye,
thanks for having me.
We were going to do 5 questions here, but we forgot.
We got into the goalie talk. We got into the clanker talk.
So we'll do that at 4:40 as we usually do. We got Stretty coming up next. Spec, Shannon Fair, and lots to get to here on the show. You'll be back tomorrow, maybe?
Sure will.
All right. Well, we'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good, boys.
There you go. Wanye Gretz of Oilers Nation. Well, hopefully we don't need ChatGPT's help anymore because we don't have access to it. I refuse to use it. Your brain goes to mush when you use all that sort of thing. We'll take a break, though. When we come back, we will be joined by former NHLer Jason Strudwick. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, Facebook, YouTube, and X, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Are you looking for safe and professional travel options? Look no further than Silent Rides, one of Alberta's premier bus charter companies. Whether your group is big or small, Silent Rides has you covered. We offer state-of-the-art motor coaches, first-class service, and affordable rates. Get your quote today. For more information, call 1-877-748-0991 or visit silentrides.ca.
The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. The all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Test drive the ultimate evolution in luxury. Lease or finance a 2025 XC60 from 0.49% and save $5,000. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 2.99%. Come and discover the deals now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Great vehicles, better service. The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at VolvoCarsEdmonton.com.
McDonald's Sundaes and snack size shakes are $2 or get $1 cones exclusively on the McDonald's app. With those prices, your hands are going to be full of treats. Like Alex here.
My phone.
I got you. App download and registration required. At participating McDonald's in Canada. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
It's the Bricks mattress sale of your dreams. Score dreamy deals like up to 40% off mattresses and queen beds starting at just $269. Get select king mattresses for the price of a queen and select queen mattresses for the price of a twin. Plus, queen platform bases starting at just $299. Score 20% off metal bed frames when you buy any mattress. And get free local delivery when you buy any mattress on your Flexity card. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for detail. The Brick, saving you more.
Tee off to win with Cattail Crossing's $10,000 hole-in-one challenge, powered by Sports 1440, Canada's first ever Aqua Range event. Just walk up, grab some golf balls, and start swinging. Or book a VIP bay today. Win 10 grand with a hole-in-one, plus great secondary hole and leaderboard prizes. Closest to the pin and monthly winners will battle for a $50,000 grand prize. The hole-in-one challenge, open Thursday to Sunday, noon till 8 through August. Weather permitting, cattailcrossing.ca.
Ah, Hawaii. The warmth of a golden sunset as the waves roll in. The freshness of a waterfall. The lush scent of tropical flowers in the air. You don't need to travel to enjoy all Hawaii has to offer. You just need to order pizza. Bring Hawaii home with the Aloha Trio, available for a limited time at Papa John's. Try our classic Hawaiian, Super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken for just $19.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, proudly locally owned and operated.
Farm, ranch, acreage, or lake lot. They're here to help at Bashaw Concrete Products. Family owned and operated for 60 years. They continue to provide the best products and service, period. Call now for your free quote on the highest quality ready mix and gravel, a new septic tank, or an outhouse pad and tank, plus precast cattle water pads, garage sumps, and more. Call 780-372-3854 for prompt delivery. Bashaw Concrete Products, 780-372-3854. BashawConcrete.com.
Diablo Boots sells only Canadian-made work and biker boots made by Canada West. No American or boots made in China, so no tariffs. All of Diablo's boots have replaceable soles and heels for longer life. Sizes 6 to 14 triple E. Buy quality, buy Canadian. And support Canada West and Diablo, the two best names in the boot business. So save on boots by Save On Foods. That's Diablo Boots, 3340 Gateway Boulevard on the east side of Save On Foods. Buy Canadian. They're terrific.
If you change your mind, if you change on the touch.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Japa Machinery. Did you know that Japa offers in-house and on-site heavy equipment service? Rain or shine, Japa's service department is here for you. Visit japamachinery.com for all the details.
Look good, feel good, play good. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for listening to Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, streaming on Oilers Nation Facebook, YouTube, and X. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight it is Lotto Max, an estimated $25 million. You can get your ticket at PlayAlberta.ca. Remember, use your game sense, GameSenseAB.ca. Connor Halley, got Declan Kruger, and Josh Fenwick with you here from the Sports 1440 studios in West Edmonton Mall. Still to come on the show, we got 5 questions. Mark Spector and Shannon Farron will join us out of Los Angeles, but coming up right now, it is Struds On, brought to you by Action Electrical, the most diversified electrical contractor in Alberta with 4 divisions in project, service, tag, and solar for commercial or residential. Contact them today at actionelectrical.net. We bring in one half of Got Your Back and former NHLer Jason Strudwick. Struddy, how you doing today?
Man, I'm enjoying the heat. How are you guys?
Well, you know, it's not very hot in the mall. The AC is pumping in here. The studio's pretty chill, so we're actually not doing so bad. Now, have you went and got a Slurpee yet?
Oh, yeah. This is the Slurpee time. It really hasn't been a Slurpee summer, but now we're doing it. I had one last night, one this afternoon. Doubling down here, guys.
So, Dr. Dew, or what are you doing? You switching it up a little bit?
Yeah, Dr. Dew. Well, Mountain Dew has some new flavors. Pineapple. They had was it lychee nut? I think it's all really positive. So yeah. This is the time. A lot of new mixed flavors.
Oh, wow. Sounds quite nice, actually. Might have to head out after work and grab one. Maybe surprise the wife with a Slurpee. It's a good idea. You've just given me strutty. Let's go back to you in a prior life. Obviously, you played in the NHL for a long time. As the summer is winding down, what kind of things are the current NHL players doing to get ready for camp? Because we know you don't show up to camp to get into shape anymore.
So I don't think they're ever out of shape now. I think the biggest thing is you want to make sure you're healthy, and I'm like 99% of the guys would be, right? And there might be the odd training issue that happens over the summer that, you tweak something and you want to make sure you're ready to go for camp. And then if there's a longer issue you had, whether it was maybe an ankle sprain like Trent Frederick or something, you want to make sure that those things are well past where they were and then hopefully back to normal. And then the other thing is, it's probably too late. If you're not in shape by now, which would be pretty rare in today's NHL player, but if you aren't in shape by now, probably can't make a lot of change in 2 weeks. So, maybe just enjoy the rest of your summer until you get to camp. But for most of the guys, you'll be kind of bringing your training down a little bit, right? You peak, there's peaks and valleys in your training over kind of, let's say, well, for the Oilers, it was a shorter summer, but most guys, June, July, August. And then in September, you maybe bring it down from, let's say, 5 days a week to maybe 3 or 4 days a week, and maybe put more stretching in there and make sure you're getting the rest, because you want to make sure you go into the training camp healthy, obviously, but also fresh. Again, for the Oilers, it might be a little bit different because they had such a short summer. They may still be pushing pretty hard these last couple of weeks. But for most of the guys, anyone who didn't maybe play in the conference final would probably be doing that type of peaks and valleys, getting ready and getting rested for training camp.
So by the time players get to training camp and get into it, you think it's not really being like pushed beyond the point of exhaustion? Like most of these guys are ready for what camp holds?
Yeah, I mean, they'll know. I can't still believe they're not going to have testing next year. I don't really understand that, but they'll know. Coaches will know, and okay, well, maybe this guy's not in shape, but it's pretty rare now. Then there's different levels of not being in shape. Like we're not talking, going from a Greek god to Homer Simpson, right? There's maybe you're not. You need 10% more fitness or whatever, a little bit more. So they'll tweak that and make sure you kind of get there. But no, guys, by now, they should, if you haven't done most of the work by now, probably a little late. So just enjoy the couple of weeks and then suffer the consequences, if there's any, in training camp.
Joined by Jason Strudwick, former NHLer, here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. And we saw an article come out earlier today, Struddy, from Matt Larkin with Daily Faceoff. And it was just 5 teams that got weaker over the offseason. And the Edmonton Oilers are on that list. And, they've lost some key players. You can't really deny it. Evander Kane, Corey Perry, Dustin Brown, a few others. But when you look at this team, what have you thought of the job that they have done bringing in some younger talent and trying to minimize that regression?
Hey, I saw Matt Larkin's article. It's an interesting one. I think that from Christmas till now, their defense is way better. I mean, they've got 5 really good D-men. They have a nice mix of guys that could take that 6th spot. So I think their defense in really good shape. And I'm assuming that everyone's going to be healthy and all that action. But I really like their D, and I think it's one of the better Ds in the league. So I think that's, compared to last Christmas, they're in way better shape. Now, I think they're smaller when you talked about the guys like Perry and Kane. But let's look at Trent Frederick. Is Trent Frederick going to be the same player he was last year, this year? I doubt it. I think he's going to be a much different player. I think he'll be healthy. I've heard that he's feeling a lot better and kind of moving past what was a really tough ankle injury. Not that he's completely done, but I think it'll be better. So, I think the defense is better than it was at Christmas. Trent Frederick will be a different player than we saw in the playoffs. So that's 2 upgrades. And then, Corey Perry, Evander Kane, they were important pieces for this team for sure. But, in the case of Perry, kind of priced himself out. And that's a good thing. That means he's a valued player. And then you look at Evander Kane and, they had to make a financial decision there. I think they're hoping that Trent Frederick comes in and kind of does his thing and can take some of that physicality that Kane didn't have, and Kane had, and then Frederick can take over. But the wild cards, there's no doubt, are the younger players. I'm looking at Savoy and Isaac Howard. Now, if they don't come in and they don't dominate the first week or the first 4 months of the season, that's okay. Like this is they're trying to not retool, but try to reload here on the fly, because Perry, Kane, these types of guys, even Adam Hendrick, how many years does he have left? Derek Ryan was a great Oiler, and they moved on from him. So everyone has their expiry date. So we have to try to keep backfilling what they have. So I think there'll be some learning as they go into the year and figuring out where everyone fits. Mangiapane, another guy, where does he fit into this lineup? Can he embrace a role where maybe he's going to be a little bit expected more of goal scoring than what he had in Washington? But I'm excited to see what this team looks like together, and that back end that saves and creates a lot of comfort for their head coach when you look at what that back end is when they're healthy.
We kind of, I think maybe expectations for what the player was and what we had seen before was pretty high with Mattias Ekholm. And then obviously he battled back quite diligently to get into the playoffs and return for the Stanley Cup final. What do you expect from Mattias Ekholm going into this upcoming season?
Well, I think he's going to be healthy, and that goes a long ways. I remember the tumble he took there. I mean, that was tough. That's not who he is as anyone. He can't skate like that, right? That's abnormal. So I think for him, I think he's a very smart player. He never really counted on his foot speed, but I don't think he's slowing down as much as people are suggesting. So I'm looking forward to seeing him healthy beside him. You look at Wallman will be beside him as well. What can he do? And then how do you put this group together? How do you put this group of D together and maybe try to reduce the minutes on everybody?
Jason Strudwick joining us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. Now, I don't know if you've seen this at all. Oilers Nation right now doing the top 100 Oilers of all time. Kind of a redo of a Robin Brownlee article from 2015 where he had Connor McDavid already, 7B. The expectations clearly were pretty high for him. Struddy, I don't know if you made the list with the top 100, but obviously, nobody's perfect. They clearly erred in that decision. But I want to ask you, when it comes to a couple guys, and it's so hard to say, and I don't think there's a wrong answer, but Evan Bouchard, top 100 Oilers of all time. We've seen what he's done and how he's elevated his game in the playoffs. He was obviously rewarded handsomely for it. Where do you think he slots into the top 100 greatest Oilers of all time?
Well, he's behind Paul Coffey. Then after that, look at the other D-men. Like who are the other D-men we're talking about here that are elite? Obviously people love Jason Smith, Yanni Nienema, Charlie Huddy, but none of those guys had the offense. Chris Pronger, Chris, only 1 year though, but he'd also be up there. So who are the three best D-men of all time? So is it Pronger, Coffey, and Evan Bouchard?
Yeah, I mean, I think people would debate because it was just the 1 year, but that's a pretty damn good list, I'd say.
Yeah, so just by that, and then obviously Wayne Gretzky, Mark Messier, all the Curry, those guys are all up there. So you start looking, I don't have him above Coffey. I can't put Bouchard above Coffey, and maybe time will change that, just because how long Paul did it for. So that's 4 or 5. Grant Fuhr's probably in that mix as well, in the top, and all the guys that are Glenn Anderson, probably above Bouchard. So. I don't know. What is he, top 10, top 15? I'm just kind of going off the fly here. I don't know what they had him in there, but I'm up pretty high because you just have to rank the D-men, and that narrows it down quickly.
Yeah. So just for example, going back to Brownlee's list from 2015, no debate. Obviously, Wayne Gretzky's one. He had followed by Messier, Curry, Anderson, Fuhr, Coffey, Lowe, McDavid, Tikkanen, Ryan Smith, Doug Weight. So, I mean, I feel like he can kind of make a spot for him right in there. Leon Draisaitl is obviously going to be up high on that list as well.
Right.
Now, how about Ryan Nugent-Hopkins? Because if he were to, say, play the next 5 years in Edmonton, average 50 points a season, he can still be 1,000-point player, spending all his time with the Oilers, potentially winning a Stanley Cup. You got to think he's going to get up pretty high as well.
Yeah, and I can't believe I didn't mention, Connor and Leon obviously are up there as well. So Kevin Lowe was a great Oiler for a long time. And I look at Ryan Nugent-Hopkins in the same way. Kevin made the Hall of Fame, but what does he have? 6 Stanley Cups? 6 Stanley Cups. I mean, pretty amazing. So I'd have Nuge in that same vicinity, right around there. Does he bump down a guy like Doug Weight? Does he bump down a guy like Ryan Smith? I'm guessing when he's done, he'll be the longest. Is he not already the longest serving Oiler, or he's got to be close up to there? Again, I don't have it in front of me. You maybe have it.
Yeah, I will search it up right now just to confirm because, Kevin Lowe would be 1,037, Ryan Smith 971, and Nuge would be 959. So, quick math tells me if he plays every game, he'll be right behind Kevin Lowe, I think.
Yeah, so he's right there with those guys. So, again, that puts him in the top, 10, 12 of all time. And he's been a steady, really loyal, good Oiler for a long, long time. Now, I'd probably still put Bouchard above him. Ooh, that's a tough one, actually. I'm kind of doing this all off the shooting from the hip here. Maybe I wouldn't quite, but they're all in that mix. Let's just say I'd put so Connor and Leon are the elite guys at the top. They're Hall of Famers for sure. And then, then Kevin Lowe, and then you kind of have the Ryan Smith, Dougie Waits of the world. And I think that's where those guys, Bouchard and Nugent-Hopkins, drop in that next grouping of non-Hall of Fame players.
Yeah, and it is tough to ask you this. So I wish I could have given you a little more prep. It kind of just came up organically on the show here, and it's all opinion. I don't think that you can say someone's wrong necessarily unless you have, someone over Wayne Gretzky at number 1. Let me ask you this. If it's McDavid and Messier, who would be number 2 for you?
Oh, man. Oh, both are elite players, right? So good. Does the Stanley Cup, so those make a difference? Like the moment he had lots of them, but winning the Stanley Cup in 1990 for Mark Messier without Wayne Gretzky, I mean, that just locks you down as one of the greats of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I think I would live here. I was 15 when that happened. I remember thinking we're never going to win the Stanley Cup, and Ness got it done, and his teammates. But he led them to that group. So for that reason, I think I have Ness above him.
Yeah, I honestly, like I say, for me, I would have McDavid above him, just all the individual accolades that he's done. But I didn't get a chance to see Messier in his prime, and I would have Messier at 3, undisputed. He's top 3. I think whether you have him at 1 or 2, 2 or 3 will probably depend on your opinion, and maybe it changes over time if McDavid can get to that level and hoist Lord Stanley. But it's a fun debate that, like I said, I don't think there's a wrong answer. Now, Jason Strudwick joining us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. Struddy, I know other parts of the city might know you as Elk Man. How are you feeling on the green and gold with what they've been able to do the last couple of weeks here?
You know what? I'm so happy for those people because that team, not those people. I know. I was able to get to know Chris Morris a little bit. Like, I don't want to pretend like I'm texting him all the time, but if he wants to text, I will. And then Ed Hervey, and then Mark. I don't know him, but I know people who know him. And you just want good things for those 3 people. And those guys, they have a way of the Elks way or whatever. Those guys know it. They want to continue to build. And they were, when all hell was breaking loose and everyone's hair was on fire, they stayed with it. And they gave Trey Ford a really good, chance to be the starter. And then when there was a break and they thought there was a chance to make a move, they did. And Cody's come in a really good quarterback. And you hear some of the guys like Dave Naylor talk about, like, this guy was he could have won the MLP last year if things had broke his way. And the Elks get him. And it was a great backup for Trey Ford. Now Cody's come in and I don't know how he's given the spot up. Like, he's done a really good job. And what did they won 3 in a row?
Yep.
And then they could have won the one before that, right? They blew that just in the last with the ball falling through. I think it was Jennings' hands or Grant's hands, whatever. So here we are. They're 3, arguably 4 wins in a row. They've got a long road to kind of keep going up, but give them the credit. They're fighting back, and maybe they're learning what it feels like to be on the winning end and how that looks and how you have to contribute and be it. So I hope they have a good push till the end. They'll find some areas they want to change or tweak. I'm sure some players will come and some will leave. But, not to look ahead to next year too quickly, but this is a great sign for this organization. And I love this being led by the guys it is.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I love, we had Chris Morris on the show a couple of weeks ago, and he talked about how, people aren't going to be in and out. It's going to be building that group, and the chemistry has to continue to grow with not just players, but coaches as well. So, yeah, really intrigued to see what they do this year and then going into next year to try to build off that. Now, before we let you go, it was cut day in the NFL. The New York Giants yesterday moved on from Tommy DeVito, which I know it's got to be tough. Tommy Cutlett's gone. But Russell Wilson, Jameis Winston, and then Jackson Dart, the future of the organization. I want to ask you, do you want to see Jackson Dart get some starts this year, or would you prefer he learns a little bit off the bench here and gets in maybe next season?
Yeah, so I actually heard Herm Edwards talking about him, and he thinks that Jackson Dart could be a little bit like Josh Allen. He likes to run around. He's a big body. He's not afraid to use it, and he's really competitive, and he can really rip the ball. And when I heard that, I had tears in my eyes because I didn't really know a lot about Jackson. Read the scouting reports, but who knows about that? So, and what he suggested is that they have a really tough first 4 games. I want to say it's like Dallas, Philly, Washington. Like, it's really tough, the Giants side is. And I think what will happen is that, or what he said is that maybe they struggle early and then they give Dart the 5th game, right? And just see how he does. That's quite a few practices into it. And you have a lot of reps there. And those 2 guys, he feels that those 2 guys, Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson, know that they're here to try to win now, but also to, make Jackson the guy that they want to be. So I'm always, when it comes to quarterbacks, especially in New York, I'm always probably more patient with it. But that's a long way of answering the question. I'd like to see him get a starter too, and see what it looks like. But only if the team's really struggling, he looks like he's really ready.
You said first 4 opponents are tough?
Yeah, I think so. Am I wrong? I'm
no.
Sure
their 4th matchup is the Chargers. So I just wanted to make sure and hear from from your lips. That's going to be a tough matchup. Now, I like what you're saying there from Herm Edwards, because the next game is the Saints. but then you have to put Jackson Dart out there against the Eagles, Broncos, and Eagles. So I don't know if I like that one because that's pretty tough. But yeah, I've been impressed with Jackson Dart. I remember in the draft process hearing, this guy could be a day 2 pick, and I thought that'd be really good value. Obviously, he was a first-round pick, and it looks like that quarterback room is having a lot of fun. Jackson Dart and Jameis Winston, both pretty funny guys. So Struddy, it's going to be fun, and that pass rush of Burns, Thibodeau, and Abdul Carter, I think it's going to wreak havoc on quarterbacks. So could be turning it around for the Giants this year.
Yeah. They just need to find their QB. They need to find an offense. I think I can't remember the guy's name, but they got a player a left tackle in the 5th round, and he's looking really good. So, I don't know. Fingers crossed, buddy. And same for your Chargers. It'd be nice for us to meet sometime and actually have a good battle.
Yeah, I'm hoping it happens. I guess it'd be September 28th in New York. We'll have to maybe put a friendly wager on that. Maybe a Slurpee bet. I think I owe you a few anyway, so maybe I can clear my debts.
You know it. Let's do it.
All right, Struddy. Have a good rest of your week. Appreciate you doing this, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Awesome, buddy. Doing a great job. Love listening to you. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Struddy. There you go. Jason Strudwick from Got Your Back podcast. Also, former NHLer, one of the best guys out there in Struddy's world on Wednesdays as well. And when it comes to hockey season, nobody better to have on the program to break down those Edmonton Oilers. We'll take a break here. When we come back, we'll get to 5 questions with Declan Kruger. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, Facebook, YouTube, and X streaming, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
Action Electrical's projects team takes the field, folks, ready to execute the entire play for new commercial builds.
Absolutely. They're masters of design build, sketching strategy from initial blueprints to core electrical infrastructure. The team never misses on complex projects.
Known for handling big league constructions and major renovations, ensuring flawless execution, hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
Ah, Hawaii. The warmth of a golden sunset as the waves roll in. The freshness of a waterfall. The lush scent of tropical flowers in the air. You don't need to travel to enjoy all Hawaii has to offer. You just need to order pizza. Bring Hawaii home with the Aloha Trio, available for a limited time at Papa John's. Try our classic Hawaiian, Super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken for just $19.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, proudly locally owned and operated.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is your supplier of maximum comfort, bringing you the cool AC you need. You just have to call Legacy. Call Legacy. For comfort at night when the hot air suffocates you. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. For comfort in your wallet with no payments or interest for 1 year. Call Legacy. Call Legacy. You deserve comfort. Cool off today with AC from Legacy Heating and Cooling.
The job isn't done until the last load is hauled, and having a semi-trailer out of commission is not an option. Whether replacing or adding to your convoy, Edmonton Trailer has a huge inventory of new and used semi-trailers, trusted by the gravel, logging, oil field, fluids, and freight industries. Find a trailer right for you.
Sports 1440 in West Edmonton Mall and Wetaskiwin. CKJR is a Stingray radio station.
Download the free radio player app and listen wherever you go.
McDonald's Sundays and snack-size shakes are $2, or get $1 cones exclusively on the McDonald's app. With those prices, your hands are going to be full of treats. Like Alex here.
My phone.
I got you. App download and registration required. At participating McDonald's in Canada. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
Hey, Gary, is that your dad?
No, this is Evan, the new sales rep I hired.
Oh.
First impressions matter, but when hair loss takes over, it can feel like you're not being seen for the maverick you truly are. Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. At Advanced Hair and Skin Surgery, we know that hair loss is more than just a cosmetic issue. It's personal. Let's discuss all the cutting-edge options available so you can make a great impression every time.
Book a free consultation today at drvanceelliott.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Papa John's. It is Terrific Tuesday. Get 40% off any regular price pizza. Use the code word 40Tuesday. That's 40 Tuesday at the start of each pizza order at papajohns.ca or on the Papa John's app.
He's not just another pair of glasses. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for checking out Edmonton Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
The Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley, Declan Kruger, and Josh Fenwick with you here. Brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Lotto Max tonight, $25 million estimated. Get your ticket at PlayAlberta.ca. Use your game sense as well. Game sense, ab.ca. Right now, we are going to get to 5 questions brought to you by The Brick. You can buy any Springwall mattress at $379 or more and get the matching box spring for just $99. It's the mattress sale of your dreams at The Brick.
It's time for 5 questions on the Jason Gregor Show.
Okay, question number 1. What was the most shocking NFL cut today, or one that just kind of caught your attention?
As a Chargers fan and a bit of a homer, Tony Jefferson. I mean, he was really good in the preseason for that team, and he was good last year, kind of as a vet, known as Unk around Chargers fandom. So that one kind of surprised me a little bit, Declan. And I think Hunter Renfrow with the Carolina Panthers, I thought, and maybe he was more so hoping. I was hoping he could get his career back on track. Had some illness, caused him to miss a season. I mean, he was nasty when he played for the Vegas Raiders, Oakland Raiders as well. So I think that would be one as well. Cole Strange with the Pats, maybe. That was a bad pick when they made it, but the new regime moving on. How about you?
Yeah, same. Like my team, Dane Jackson got cut. Corner. Spent the first 4 years with the team, had the season in Carolina, didn't really play, came back. I don't know. I thought he was going to make the roster. Thought he was going to be one of those 4th or 5th corners on the depth chart, special teams guy, but I don't know. Guess not.
All right.
Question number 2. Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift got engaged today, in case you hadn't heard. What is his stat line next season?
I had a publicist reach out to me, not just me, probably a lot of different people saying, hey, if you want to get this guest on, it's someone who does sports and entertainment. I said, no, thank you. We don't have to necessarily get into that. But I do like this question about Travis Kelce. He's intriguing, right? I think last year, probably not the numbers that he would have liked to have put up, and they still weren't that bad. Like, he's a pretty damn good player. Yeah, he declined. He got a lot of targets and maybe didn't catch as many as he would have hoped. But if I had to guess, I'd say I think he'll find the end zone a little bit more. So I'm going to say around 7 touchdowns and about 900 yards receiving.
Okay. Question.
Well, no, you got to go to. You're me, Declan. I want to hear your answer.
600 yards through 2 or 3 touchdowns.
Ugh.
I think it's really downhill, man. He's 35. And he's 35 with kind of like a lifetime of mileage as being the guy in that offense.
Damn.
I just think he's heading on a downhill trajectory. Legend, though. One of the best tight ends, if not the best tight end. Probably not the best, but one of the best tight ends ever. No one can take those rings away. He's going to marry Taylor Swift, but I think his NFL career is on the decline.
People are going to be like, oh, he's too busy planning the wedding.
When in reality, he's just 35 with a lifetime of football.
Yeah.
Question number 3, Oilers Nation. You guys talked about this a bunch. Oilers Nation releasing their list of top 100 Oilers of all time. Who was an Oiler you really loved, but would have no chance of making the top 100?
Oh man, you have to go back to my early days. And I think, when you're young and the team makes a draft pick, you think they're really good, right? But you're just young and kind of dumb and you're hoping for the best. One guy that I really liked when I was younger, because he was drafted high, was Jason Bonsignor. And he never, no chance. He's no chance he's going to get it there. I think Struddy's the obvious omission because everyone loves Struddy, and, not to have him out there seems like a bit of a joke. But right. the one, or maybe Shane Corson as well. He was the first captain I knew for the Edmonton Oilers, and I feel like he wasn't quite as well loved as I thought he was. You got one?
Darcy Hordichuk springs to mind. Also Linus Omark.
Yeah.
And Magnus Pajärvi.
Jesse Puljärvi.
3 bad hockey players, but cool guys.
Good hockey players, maybe not good NHLers.
There you go. Yeah, we can agree on that. Except Darcy Hordichuk, he was just bad. Question number 4, which Canadian will finish best at this year's U.S. Open?
I think I will go with Felix Auger-Aliassime. Had the win today, right? And Still waiting to find out who the second round opponent will be, but I will say he because I love saying his name.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer.
But there's only how many we got? 4?
Oh, yeah, there's him, Dennis, Gabe Diallo, Layla Fernandez.
Oh, I like Layla too.
Yeah, she's my pick because I just think the women's draw is so much more open. Like there's just so much more parity. It seems like in the big 3 era of men's tennis, they would just kind of win it every year. Obviously, maybe someone else would get to a final. Obviously, Juan Martín del Potro won that one, and then Thiem and he got a cut, and Medvedev. But it's just so streamlined. The women's always seems a little bit more open. So I'll say Layla. She makes it the furthest.
All right.
And question number 5: give me your Mount Rushmore of the worst kinds of people.
Okay, worst kinds of people. I mean, I feel like in a way they're all kind of similar, but the first one that comes to mind for me is people that don't clean up their mess at restaurants, like fast food restaurants.
It's a great one. That's a great one. I didn't have it on my list, but that's a great pick.
So like food courts as well. Like, you're at a nicer restaurant, they're obviously going to come clear out your stuff. But at those types of restaurants, I think you got to handle your business. On the same kind of vein, people who are rude to servers. And I think that goes to like anyone who's worked in a job like that, even if it is like maybe a clothing store. Like you get mad at them when they're just doing their job, right? I would say like the worst kinds of people. If you're a bad pet owner, you're not a good person.
You got a good list.
You got a dog, you got to make sure you take care of them and things of that. And then also, I mean, like entitled people are tough to deal with, but maybe more specifically, those of you who don't wave when someone lets you in traffic.
Had it on my list. Great list, Connor.
Thank you.
Great job.
What do you got?
Yeah, so I had 11 here, whittled it down to 4.
You can do Wanye's Mount Rushmore as well.
Guy who cuts in line, worst kind of people. Kind of goes without saying. I also had person who yells at customer service workers, like just kind of Karen-y in general. This one's kind of a weird one, but the girl who has to be the center of attention, we all know her. We're all thinking of her right now. And generally speaking, not to dive too deep into this one, but this girl is also overestimates her likability and attractiveness level a little bit.
Yeah.
And that plays into it the worst. And then last one, Rec League ball hog. Rec League ball hog.
That's a Rec League like superstar. And I use that term like not literally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just pass the ball, man. We're doing this for fun on a Wednesday after work.
Yeah. Yeah. We all got to go to work tomorrow. That's a good one. Let us know, 1-833-401-1440. It appears our text line is back up and running, so it'll be tough for us to get to all of your texts now. My apologies. But like some really good names coming in here when it comes to players who, could be in the top 100 and where they might be. Talladega, agree with what you said here. Just scrolling through here. The Salo Olympic goal ruined his career, man. Everything changed for him after that. One of the worst goals I've ever seen. Yeah, 2002 Olympics. Tommy Salo, I mean, I'd like to say it handcuffed him, but like he jumped and it hit him in the head, bounced in. Belarus eliminates Sweden. That made the path to the gold medal game easier for Canada. So that was kind of nice as a young hockey fan, but that was a good Sweden team. Shay from Hamilton says, I met Cujo and Brathwaite during their tenures. Both were great goaltenders on the ice, but even better quality men, which is, at the end of the day, what really matters. You guys can talk about Freddie as much as you want, but the Oilers are not tough enough. They need more players with edge. Thanks, Gordon. I agree, Gordon. And maybe some players need to kind of add that element to their game. But Trent Frederick, he's one man. We got to see it from a few other guys to replace what Corey Perry and Evander Kane had. Steve says, where does Jason Strudwick slot in on the Oilers' best defenseman list? Just outside the top 10. Where would Sheldon Surrey fit? I think they had Wizard Lake Bob. That was a good one. I think it was right in the 40s. For the original list. So he'll drop back a little bit, I would say. There's going to be some guys that kind of leapfrog him, but that's a good name. He's a good Oiler. Yeah, just on the worst list of people. I kind of went like for ones that weren't too serious. Matt says racist, pedophiles, rapists, murderers. Yeah, that would be definitely the worst type of people. But Declan, I kind of thought we were going for like a lighter vibe.
Yeah, we were definitely having fun with it. Also, though, obviously all those pretty bad. You ever met a Rec League ball hog, though?
Pretty bad.
Pretty tough.
You ever met with someone who just leaves a mess when they leave McDonald's? I'll have to go back and clean up their mess.
That's a really good 1-1, Connor. I didn't have that on my list. That's a glaring omission.
I also had like shopping cart people that don't return their shopping cart.
It was there.
Some people say, as former grocery store employees, that they appreciated that, so they could go, burn some time, get some steps in. I was a grocery store employee. Yeah, you heard point counterpoint. I worked at a grocery store for almost a decade. I got out of there just before my 10-year, name tag, but the front end clerks didn't always love that, especially in the winter when it's really cold. Not quite as good.
Oh man, Ronnie has a great one here. Guy who acts like the boss when they're not. That's a great pick.
Especially, just on the topic of grocery stores, you saw that guy there a lot.
Really?
Yeah.
In like what capacity?
Like telling someone like what to do. Yeah, make sure you go do this. You're not the boss. Why are you telling? We're all part-time employees here. You have no seniority over me.
Oh, that's a great pick, man.
Yeah.
Shout out Ronnie. That should have made the list.
Team Dean says the people who take 2 parking spots for their Audi. Specific shot at the Audi drivers in that one. If you're going to be like that, make sure you park super far away. People who don't know how to clean up after themselves, not just at the food court, though, at the gym, at the dog, or with the dog. Or people who don't tip when it's expected or tip insultingly low. That's a good one, like the gym. Like that's if people like don't wipe down the equipment or put the weights back. That's a really good one. Oh, Nathan, this is a great one. Or Jay Who. Sorry, that was from Jay Who. Speakerphone in public. Yeah, that's a brutal one. We see that in the mall quite a bit. Speakerphone when driving or when they're holding it right up to their ear and they're like clearly distracted and not driving well. That one rattles me too.
There's a lot you like a bit one for me that this was going to be the one before I went with Rec League Ball Hog. Like anything in public kind of when they should be maybe doing something a little bit differently than they are. But a big one is like the person who doesn't care to control their kid. Like it's one thing to be said, like kids are going to be kids, like they're going to do their thing. Totally get that. But the parents who like actively don't give a rip about trying to control their kids, they're up there.
I've tried to be like very aware of that. Like we went to our nephew's christening and I was ready. The second Benny started crying, I'm like, I'm taking him outside.
Got to.
Like that's childlike behavior, not that bad, but like that's just like the bare minimum for me. If I go to a restaurant and he starts crying, picking him up, we're going to go take a walk somewhere else, right? Calm down, not just scream. There might be some other reason for parents not to do that sort of thing. Maybe they don't want to be too controlling. I don't really know. Maybe there's more reason that I'm going to learn that in the future, but yeah, that's one for sure. Oddball says LeBron fanboys. Yeah, I try not to be any fanboy. Making like
a lot of McDavid fanboys in this city. No one sees a problem with that.
No, LeBron's won. He went to a super team to do so, but then he went home, won with Cleveland. Kind of had a super team there too, one might say. Kyrie, Kevin Love.
You can say any team that's won in the last like 25 years has had a super team.
Except for the Mavs.
And the Raptors.
Yeah.
And actually the Bucks.
The Raptors were super.
And the Nuggets. So maybe not every team.
Maybe not every team, yeah. The Warriors, though.
That was a super team.
That was a super good team.
I will say, though, their first kind of super team, that was at least organically built. So maybe LeBron is the problem.
Even, yeah. Maybe it is LeBron's problem. Person who guilts you or shames you for not coming to an invite. Also, David Aller was a beauty for the Oilers 1 year in the 90s. Yeah, David Oliver was sick. The shamers. The shamers are tough. Guy who doesn't know how to zipper merge or just can't handle it and won't let you in. Yeah, there's times when I've been the guy that doesn't let people in. Certain situations. If you're just coming in and you're trying to get in immediately, I always let you in for sure. People that let their dogs sniff other people. Biff from the park. I haven't seen that one in a while.
Gotta let dogs be dogs.
Yeah. But I mean, is there one for like people that pet your dogs? Are you supposed to ask permission to pet people's dogs now?
Honestly, wait, hold on. Sorry. Did that person say people who like when their dog sniffs other people or when their dogs sniff other dogs?
People.
Yeah, that's a problem.
You got to restrain.
Yeah, that's a problem. Yep. I take it back.
It's not the worst one, but it is a thing. Honest Andy says, the guy sitting next to you at the bar top watching TikTok on his phone. Yeah, that's a good one. Connor, I got a 3-year-old, tantrums in public. Just ask the kid what the color of the sky is and purposely say the wrong color. Stops in an instant. That's a good one. I like that. Final one. Tom says, hi guys, people who don't clean out their golf cart. Yeah. Don't leave a mess and make a job for someone else. You just clean your cart, clean your table, do those sorts of things. And I think everyone's just going to be happier. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we got Spec. We'll also head down to Southern California, talk some Chargers with Shannon later on. But right now, a Sports 1440 update with Declan Kruger brought to you by 01 Hockeyology. Build your game all summer long with custom training and cutting-edge tech. Become unstoppable. Sign up now at 01.ca. That's ZERONE.ca.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Cardinals first baseman Wilson Contreras has been suspended for 6 games and fined an undisclosed amount for his tie rite in St. Louis's 7-6 win over Pittsburgh on Monday night. The NFL has placed Texan safety Jimmy Ward on the commissioner exempt list, meaning he may not practice or attend any games while remaining on the list. 3 games in the MLB, Red Sox lead the Orioles 2-0. Braves and Marlins tied 1-1. Guardians and Rays. Guardians lead that one 3-0. All those games within the first 3 innings. In the U.S. Open, it was Felix Auger-Aliassime and Denis Shapovalov getting by their first-round matchup in straight sets. 10 seed Lucas Musetti did as well as number 1 seed Jannik Sinner. In the women's draw, Iga Swiatek won in straight sets. Coco Gauff set to go in just a few minutes' time here. And it was Ashley Kruger, the American, beating former Grand Slam champion fellow American Sophia Kenin 2-1 in their first-round matchup. I'm Declan Kruger. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. The all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Test drive the ultimate evolution in luxury. Lease or finance a 2025 XC60 from 0.49% and save $5,000. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 2.99%. Come and discover the deals now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Great vehicles, better service. The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at VolvoCarsEdmonton.com.
Is your company drowning in paperwork and administrative tasks? Do you need more data to make better decisions? Nectar.io is your company's all-in-one solution for fleet and materials management, safety, time cards, and GIS-based project management. Now is the time to capture and transform field, site, and shop data into boardroom-level business intelligence, all with one login. Visit Nectar.io to book a demo today. Nectar.io, your business made better.
It's the Bricks mattress sale of your dreams. Score dreamy deals like up to 40% off mattresses and queen beds starting at just $269. Get select king mattresses for the price of a queen and select queen mattresses for the price of a twin. Plus queen platform bases start at just $299. Score 20% off metal bed frames when you buy any mattress and get free local delivery when you buy any mattress on your Flexity card. Some exclusions apply. See in store for details. The Brick, saving you more.
Ah, Hawaii. The warmth of a golden sunset as the waves roll in. The freshness of a waterfall. The lush scent of tropical flowers in the air. You don't need to travel to enjoy all Hawaii has to offer. You just need to order pizza. Bring Hawaii home with the Aloha Trio, available for a limited time at Papa John's. Try our classic Hawaiian, super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken for just $19.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, proudly locally owned and operated.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is the #1 air conditioning install company for slushy lovers. Because while a slushy keeps you cool as an 80s song for a moment, AC from Legacy keeps you cold as ice all season long. A permanent full-body slushy sensation keeping you cold as ice with no payments and no interest for 1 year. Keeping you cool without the brain freeze. That's how you build a legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
And here comes Action Electrical Service Team sprinting onto the scene. These are your first responders for any electrical emergency.
That's right. With their fleet of service vans and specialized gear, they assess, they service, and maintain electrical lighting and automation systems. They're all about rapid response.
Quick diagnostics and repairs to restore power and safety fast. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
The ATB Classic is returning to Northern Bear Golf Club.
An international field of professionals will battle it out on their path towards the PGA Tour.
Advance tickets are $20 or upgrade your access to sit greenside in the Sports 1440 Birdie Bar. Presented by Sleeman.
Net proceeds go to Youth on Course to give kids age 6 to 18 access to play golf for just $5.
Come see the future stars of the PGA Tour.
The ATB Classic.
September 11th to 14th.
Get your tickets at atbclassic.com.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Cantork. We offer sale, rental, repair, and calibration of hydraulic, pneumatic, and battery-powered torque wrenches, stud tensioners, and flange maintenance equipment. Order today at cantork.com.
The Jason Gregor Show, the best of Edmonton sports talk and beyond. This is Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
.507, welcome back to the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley, Declan Kruger, and Josh Fenwick with you here at the West Edmonton Mall Studios. The show brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca. Tonight, Lotto Max an estimated $25 million. You can go get your ticket at PlayAlberta.ca. Keep the text rolling in here, 1-833-401-1440. We're on the topic of the worst people out there. Not criminals, but people that just do things that kind of rattle you. Good question from Declan Kruger. X-Ray Gog says, we love Boston pizza, but hate the screaming kids there. And the parents do nothing. So yeah, letting the kids run around a little bit annoying. That's why I said I'm on the cautious side. When Benny starts to cry or act up, I pick him up, we take a walk. We'll see how long that continues. But I feel like, I've been in enough establishments with crying children. Nobody likes it. So try to just eliminate that. And I feel like everybody wins. Right now, let's get to the Spec Report brought to you by GS Construction. GS Construction, specializing in underground infrastructure. They make your life more enjoyable with running water and indoor plumbing. They're the grinders of the construction industry. GS Construction. We bring in Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet. Spec, how you doing today?
Oh, pretty good. I was just now. What are we talking about on this show? Like, are we just being like a bunch of old men yelling at the clouds, Connor? Is that where we're at?
Essentially, yes. Like, so Declan said Mount Rushmore of, I don't know the official wording, worst type of people, but we're not talking criminals. So for me, I would say, people that don't treat their animals properly, leaving them in the car. I don't like that. People that leave messes at the food court or, at a fast food establishment like McDonald's, those types of things. Nothing serious, but just things you kind of shake your head at.
Like, so I grew up playing for teams, and I'm a team guy. I never, I played all the sports, but I never played like a lot of individual sports. So team sports taught me a lot of stuff that have guided me. It's why I'm involved in Sports Central. Kids should play on teams because you learn a lot of stuff. And one of them is the community is a team, right? We all live together in the same community. Greater Edmonton, your little neighborhood, out here at Alberta Beach, whatever it is. So the guy that leaves a pile of garbage in the middle of the park, right? Guy's a crappy teammate, or her, whoever that person is. So those are the sorts of things, like, people need to think of others, and we can stretch that over a million different platforms. But in the end, when you're leaving a mess behind, when you don't pick up after your dog, when you drive one of those cars around that makes so much noise that every baby within 2 blocks or 6 blocks gets woken up, right? When you're that person, you're a crappy teammate, right? If we were all together on a beer league hockey team, we'd kick you off our team because you're a crappy teammate. You're not doing your part in the community. I don't want to hear your car from 6 blocks away, buddy. So those are the people that I think of when you bring up topic up. We should all work together to make our community a nicer place to live in. And if you're going the other direction, I don't want you around. How about that?
I like that. That's a really good one, actually. And as you were saying, not picking up after your dog, really good one. Loud car guy for me, totally with you. I tried not to be that guy. I had some muffler problems. Let's within the year. Got it corrected as soon as I could because I hate that as well. I used to live just off the Henday, and I would hear it, and it would drive me crazy. So I know some car guys like it. I'm with you. Quiet
I'm
cars.
not like I live my life. I'm pushing 60. I live my life not being old guy who yells at the cloud. Like, I don't want to be that guy. I don't bitch about politics and all that. Like, try not to. We all do as we get older. But I think this supersedes whatever age you are, right? I think of a young family that's got a baby that's trying to go to sleep and they work, and some kids, it's hard to get them to sleep. I'm talking to a young father, right? It's hard. Sometimes your child won't go to bed, and oh my God, you walk and you drive, and we used to put my son on the dryer in his car seat, and you turn the dryer on, it put him to sleep. It was beauty. But if some guy, after all that, drives by in his little Honda Civic that's the loudest car in northern Alberta and wakes my child up, I'm not happy about that. And I don't think I should be. Am I a bad guy to say that?
No, I think you're bringing up some good points here. And the teammate thing, like that's maybe what more people need to look at it as. Am I being a good teammate to society? I think that's good. Spec, I want to ask you this question. You said pushing 60. So we're talking about the greatest Oilers, top 100, as Oilers Nation is doing their list for 2025. It's kind of a spinoff on what they did in 2015 with the late, great Robin Brownlee. So I want to ask you this. If you were, number one, undebatable, right? It's Wayne Gretzky. But number two, could you make an argument for Connor McDavid, or do you think it's going to be Mark Messier?
It can't be Connor McDavid yet until he's got Stanley Cups. That's my feeling. The ultimate goal of the Edmonton Oilers and every team, but we're talking Oilers. The ultimate goal is to bring Stanley back and hang a banner and give your town a parade and trot that cup around the town. And is Connor going to end up with more points and be a more accomplished player and be considered far and wide as one of the greatest players in the world, more than Messier? In the end, there's a real good chance of that. But I'm not even having that conversation until Connor McDavid drives down Jasper Ave in a Stanley Cup parade 5 times, right? 5 times the way Mark Messier did. So, and I no disrespect to Connor. I think if he was in this conversation, I'll bet the Connor McDavid I know would agree with us. But it's got to come with cups, and then let's talk.
So with that being said, then how high could he be on your list? I mean, can he be above a Yari Curry or a Paul Coffey?
Yeah, now let's have the debate. What do the cups mean, right? I mean, Curry won 5 cups here too, correct?
Yeah.
Kevin Lowe won 5 cups here. Paul Coffey only won, I think, did he win 2 cups here or 3? So now we're going to saw it off a little bit. But I'm going to say to you that, frankly, if I'm putting that list together, the minute Connor wins 1, that whole conversation gets mitigated to a large extent. But as long as the Edmonton Oilers under Connor McDavid's outstanding leadership, like, this isn't me, let's make this clear, this isn't me saying Connor McDavid hasn't carried his weight, or he hasn't, he's not a good enough player, or if he'd be better, they'd win. I'm not saying any of that stuff. I am saying until Connor McDavid rides down Jasper Ave in a Stanley Cup parade, I don't know if you put him ahead of any of those Hall of Famers, do you?
I mean, I didn't see them. So that's why, my argument is that it's hard for me to say. The resumes speak for themselves 100%. So if anyone who was there and saw it all said, I can't have him above Messier, because Stretty was the same way. He said, you got to have Messier at number 2. I'm not going to argue that point. I think that's totally fair. Guys that I've seen, it's hard for me to have anyone outside of Gretzky, I guess, above what, Connor McDavid has done in his tenure in the NHL so far. But, I say that with a grain of salt of that. I didn't see those guys. I unfortunately missed out just on the incredible run that they had. And Mark Messier, the point total speak for themselves. Doing it what he did without Wayne, when Wayne goes to the Los Angeles Kings, I think Mess deserves so much credit for that as well. So, yeah, I got no problem. If you tell me it's a then that's a good damn list, in my opinion. We'll have to see, what Oilers Nation decides to do with it.
It's not like those, I would say to you, it's not like those guys just won 1 or 2 and moved on.
Yeah.
And I guess the counter argument is, yeah, well, when you got 6 Hall of Famers, of course you're going to win a bunch of cups. If Connor was surrounded by 5 other Hall of Famers, not, like there's obviously Dreisaitl's with him, but I don't think he has the core that Gretzky had or Messier had. So you can make the argument that Connor's, he doesn't have that team. There's no one's going to tell you that this Oilers team rivals the 80s Oilers, with 6 Hall of Famers. Like there's not 6. I don't see 6 Hall of Famers on this team, but I guess I just tell you that to me, the entry to, the door opens to all those top 1 or 2 or 3 players in an organization conversations. That door opens when you win a cup. And until you win a cup, I don't know how I put you ahead of a guy that's won 5 of them.
Yeah, and that's totally fair. Mark Spector joining us here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in for the vacationing Jason, who returns next week. One more name to throw out there because he's polarizing in this city, and we know how good he's become in the postseason. Evan Bouchard. And, talking with Struddy, he kind of said, well, if you rank him, like it's Paul Coffey, and then is it Evan Bouchard? The resume for the other players speak for themselves when it comes to the Huddies, the Randy Greggs, and Kevin Lowe, of course. But when you think of Evan Bouchard, how high could he climb in this list?
It could climb a long way. How old is Evan right now? Is he 25?
I believe so, yeah.
I think he's 25. So he's just starting. Like he's just getting there, man. Evan Bouchard has the possibility to be, the potential to be, hey, he has the potential to be a Hall of Fame player at 25 with the skills he has and the abilities and where, like, for instance, he's got the hardest shot in hockey today, right? Consistently, no one shoots more 95-mile-an-hour slap shots in a season than he does. He has shown us that when the playoffs come, he is an absolute beast. He shows up for the big game, right? You might not love him in January, but oh boy, he does deliver, right? He does deliver in April, May, and June, and that's a big, big, big thing for me. So I got a ton of time for Evan Bouchard. I mean, we hold his feet to the fire when he, his regular season game can come and go a little bit, let's say, but there's a ton coming for this guy. Is he Paul Coffey? No. Paul Coffey had a whole career, won a whole bunch of cups, was the most effective offensive defenseman and set National Hockey League records. So, but it's not fair to ask Bouchard to be that guy at 25, right? That's not a fair comparison. So the door's open for Bouchard to be one of the great defensemen in Edmonton Oilers history. He's only 25. His best years are starting like right now, man. So let's see what happens. I'm consider myself lucky to have a front row seat for it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So just for those out there keeping track, he'll turn 26 October 20th. So he'll be 26 kind of once the NHL season ramps up, but still very young, Spec, before we let you go here, there was an article earlier today that came out from Matt Larkin at Daily Faceoff. He had teams that have gotten a little bit weaker through this offseason compared to their team last year. The Oilers were on the list, and 2 big names that stand out for me would be Evander Kane and Corey Perry. Do you think they have enough on their team right now to match that grit, the feistiness, we'll call it, the tenacity that those 2 veterans left?
Well, Trent Frederick's a big part of that, right? Trent Frederick has to play a hard game. So that's a part of it. Like, I'm thinking of guys that are joining their roster that are going to play every night. Let's assume that Matt Savoy's one of them, and let's assume that Ike Howard's one of them. Neither of those guys are going to be hard to play against. They're 5'9", 180.
Yeah.
So that means that the grit and the tenacity and the hard to play against has to come from somewhere else. Where's it coming from? Frederick's a guy that's, I'm going to call him a newcomer because we didn't really get much of him last year. He better bring it because I'm thinking of anyone else, like their defense is the same. Wallman will hit you with an open ice hit. And I like that. He's a physical player. But give me more forwards. Like give me let's just say for fun that Frederick covers off of the grit and the toughness that Perry gave you. Who's the guy coming in that's going to cover off on Kane? Is that guy in existence, Connor?
Don't think so. I don't know how many guys can just add that to their game as well.
Right. So until the trade deadline, I think Matt Larkin is dead right. But I'll say this, when the trade deadline comes, if you pick the right guy up and you get the right, listen, Evander Kane's don't grow on trees. Like he's a very unique player. But I think it should also be said he never played for the Oilers last year. So are they a lot worse not having him this year? No, they never had him last year either. So, and Corey Perry, everybody loved Corey Perry. Oh my God, he scored 20 goals off your fourth line and had a bunch of fights and all that. Someone's going to have to pick up the fighting. Someone's going to have to, on the rare occasion in today's NHL, and it is an exceedingly rare occasion, Connor. But on the rare occasion when a fight has to happen, Corey Perry stepped up and made that fight happen pretty consistently. Someone else has to do that now. Someone's got to step up. I don't care who it is. I don't care if he wins the fight. But, Darnell Nurse has to maybe pick a couple more spots than he usually picks, right? Trent Frederick's got to he's got to get in there and do a few things, maybe drop the gloves once in a while. And after that, I'm not sure who they got that likes doing those sorts of things.
Yeah, I mean, and I will even say last year I thought, man, this team misses Evander Kane because if he's out there, some of the antics that happen after the whistle probably don't happen. So I'm intrigued to see, what happens this upcoming season and what Frederick can do.
I hate to say this because I'm an old school guy. I love a hockey scrap, and I love the fact that having some tougher players keeps the rats on the other team in line. And I declare that it does. I still believe that. But I'm also here to tell you that that's going out the window. That is an old way of thinking. Almost like every year, there's less and less teams that you have to play and worry about, that team's going to run around on us if we don't have a tough guy. There's so many teams that don't have anybody that runs around anymore. It's, I think you could just join the other 2/3 of the league who also have zero toughness and be that team. And I don't think it would hurt you that much anymore. I hate to say it, but I think that's the way it is.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. Majority of the teams, and that's the way the game's evolving.
It is.
Thanks for doing this today. We'll talk again tomorrow.
Right, sounds good, Connor.
There you go. Mark Spector of Rogers Sportsnet. We'll take a break here. When we come back, we'll head to Los Angeles, talk some Chargers football. It is the Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440, Oilers Nation, Facebook, YouTube, and X, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
Listen up, because you're not going to want to miss this. Right now is your chance to get in on Play Alberta's biggest offer ever. For a limited time only, new players can get up to a $1,000 casino bonus when they sign up. There's never been a better time to join the fun. Visit playalberta.ca today to get started with casino, sports, and lottery all in one app. Must be 18 plus to play. Remember, if you gamble, use your game sense.
Hawaii. The warmth of a golden sunset as the waves roll in. The freshness of a waterfall. The lush scent of tropical flowers in the air. You don't need to travel to enjoy all Hawaii has to offer. You just need to order pizza. Bring Hawaii home with the Aloha Trio, available for a limited time at Papa John's. Try our classic Hawaiian, super Hawaiian, or Hawaiian barbecue chicken for just $19.99 each. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's, proudly locally owned and operated.
Legacy Heating and Cooling is the #1 air conditioning install company for slushy lovers. Because while a slushy keeps you cool as an 80s song for a moment, AC from Legacy keeps you cold as ice all season long. A permanent full-body slushy sensation keeping you cold as ice with no payments and no interest for 1 year. Keeping you cool without the brain freeze. That's how you build a legacy. Legacy Heating and Cooling.
The 8th annual Oilers Nation Open tees off Friday, August 29th at 9 a.m. A Texas scramble with fellow golfers, sports fans, and maybe even a few local personalities. Great shots, cold drinks, and a great cause. Gregor's Grads. Sign up at nationgear.ca.
I'm Rick Showers from No Bull RV. Our average used RV sells for around 30 grand. Some are more, some are less. And literally no one has 30 G's just sitting in their checking account.
Monthly payments are the best way to get the used RV that's right for your family.
That's right, Bob. Financing should be a stress-free process. But let me tell you a little secret. My granddaughters think I'm a model citizen. And I was young once. And if you look back into my credit history, you can see that it wasn't always excellent.
Perfect credit is nice, but not easily achievable.
You said it, Bob. But less than perfect credit is not a good reason to keep you from the great outdoors this season. I built our financing plans for the real world. And in the real world, nobody has a perfect credit score. So let's talk about how easy it is to make your favorite used RV affordable. As long as you promise not to tell Saxon and Goldie that I'm not perfect.
And that's no bull.
NoBullRV.ca.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Sherbrooke Liquor, the best place for wine, cocktails, and beers from all over the world. Also, a variety of excellent non-alcoholic options. See more at SherbrookeLiquor.com.
He's not just another pair of glasses. It's the Jason Gregor Show. Thanks for checking out Edmonton Sports 1440.
Presented by PlayAlberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Jason Gregor Show here on Sports 1440. Connor Halley, Declan Kruger, and Josh Fenwick with you here from the Sports 1440 studios in Weston Edmonton Mall, streaming on Oilers Nation's Facebook, YouTube, and X. Make sure you give us a like over there. Still to come on the show, we will go back into the inbox. Some of your pet peeves we'll talk about. There's some good ones rolling in here, 1-833-401-1440. But right now, we're joined by LA Chargers sideline reporter Shannon Farron here. Shannon, good afternoon. How are you doing today?
Good afternoon, Connor. How are you?
I'm doing really good, thanks. And we appreciate you joining us because I know it's pretty busy down there with the Chargers. The cuts coming in earlier today. First question for you. Any surprises when it comes to players that you thought might make the squad and all of a sudden potentially practice squad instead?
I thought Tony Jefferson was a surprise cut. This is somebody who they got out of retirement, essentially. He was working as a scout in Baltimore last year when the Chargers called him and say, hey, we need some help at safety. He came over and was an instant veteran presence in that locker room, 11 seasons in the league, and had made great strides in the offseason, his first full year back. Because he was kind of called off the couch, he didn't really have time to get up to speed, get up and running last season as much as he had the full offseason this time around. And, you know, just sparkled and flashed in preseason. So that was kind of a shock, but not really when you think about how deep that safety room is for the Chargers. It's really nice to have everybody healthy going into week one. 3 veteran starters without Tony Jefferson. So that was a surprise, but more of a inside the building surprise, I guess you could say. Everything else was what you expected. You know, I guess the other big name was Brendan Rice, of course, Jerry Rice's son. But he also didn't see a lot of action. He played last year. He played at times on the practice squad. Didn't get a lot of action in preseason, targeted a couple times, no big catches, no big splashes, lined up on the wrong side a couple times. So he was cut as well.
Do you think both those players could be potential practice squad additions, or you think they'll maybe try a different team?
I mean, anything's possible. You don't know what other teams, there's 31 other teams that have different needs. And I think Tony Jefferson may not clear waivers. You know, he's the kind of guy that a lot of teams would look to pick up with the presence and the physicality at this point, even after 11 years.
Now, just looking in the backfield, obviously Omarion Hampton was selected first overall, and I think teams are going to get a heavy dose of him. But good news for the Chargers, Najee Harris looks like he's going to be good to go after that July 4th fireworks incident.
They have been very mum about the backfield. And if you know Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman, the offensive coordinator, you know that the run game is very important to these two guys. And that is something that lacked last season. Kind of expected. It was running by committee is what it was. And nobody really emerged. And this year, they're looking for that, sorry for lack of a better term, thunder and lightning with Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton. And that's what they've got, according to people in the know. Like I said, it's been very hush-hush. We know that Najee Harris, a perennial 1,000-yard rusher there in Pittsburgh, super reliable, comes over. He is going to be the lead back. And July 4th decides that he is going to take a firecracker to the eye. Now, it's been called a superficial injury, but he has been on the sidelines. Just last week was his first time at camp, kind of working off to the side, doing some individual drills. So it wasn't just cosmetic, Connor. There was a major injury to his eye, but the great news this week is that they're looking at him to be ready to go week one. He's one of the most reliable backs or player period in the NFL. I mean, he has started every game since he was drafted, so that'll be a great help. I'm super excited to see what that run game looks like.
We're looking at the LA Chargers with their sideline reporter Shannon Farron here on the Jason Gregor Show. Connor Halley sitting in. I want to ask you about Keenan Allen as well. Obviously, we know he didn't want to take the pay cut last year, decided not to, and well within his right. The contract was signed, goes to the Chicago Bears for 1 year, but ends up back with the Chargers. What do you think of the combination he and Ladd McConkey will provide for Justin Herbert?
Well, first of all, General Manager Joe Ortiz, they call him Chef Ortiz here in LA, and this is one reason. I mean, Keenan Allen goes to Chicago. They get a draft pick. They take Ladd McConkey, who ends up setting all the records on fire, including Keenan Allen's franchise rookie records here in Los Angeles. Set the records for that playoff game in Houston, which we don't like to talk about here. It was not a good game. Justin Herbert, 4 interceptions. Houston hobbled into that game and still were able to beat them in that playoff round. But Ladd McConkey that day had a day. I mean, he set receptions for a rookie reception record, I believe, for the entire league for a rookie in a playoff game. So you kind of forget about Ladd McConkey, and you shouldn't. He and Justin Herbert have the best chemistry. One of the best duos in the NFL right now, and they put it on tape last season. You bring Keenan Allen back now, and you just have another third down threat there. Now, Keenan Allen, he's older as well. He's got to get in shape here. But I mean, with Ladd and Keenan, and that was another problem in Houston. Our wide receiver room had been depleted, injured, a mess. And they brought in 2 guys in the draft with Trey Harris, Keandre Lambert-Smith, who both looked stellar at camp and in preseason. So you're looking at 2 rookie wide receivers that are going to make the highlight reel.
I do have to ask about Quentin Johnson. I know there's been improvements in his game, and statistically found the end zone a few more times, but there were still some big drops in key situations. How has he looked at camp?
Q is great. Q is unfazed by all of that. One of the nicest guys, a very hardworking player. Nobody beats himself up more than Q. He remains a deep physical threat. Count him out. That's what they're hoping for. Count him out, follow the memes, follow the few drops that he had, and count him out, because you leave him one-on-one and you're going to have real problems.
Now, on the defensive side of the football, Joey Bosa leaves, but they still do have Khalil Mack, a veteran of the game, been in the league for a long time, but not really showing too many signs of falling off.
Khalil Mack, I'm told, could have his best year. I know. I talked to him about it during preseason. I said, did I read this correctly? Did you have 3 sacks back to back to back at camp on Thursday? Was one of those a strip sack? Is this going on? Is this happening? And that's just Khalil Mack. The coaches will tell you that their hardest workers on this team are their biggest stars, Khalil Mack among them. So he puts in the work. He prides himself on being ready and having no drop off. And he is a great leader in that room. He has really taken a couple of the young guys, and their power and their talent has just grown exponentially in the time that he's been here in Los Angeles.
We're taking a look at the Chargers with Shannon Farron, sideline reporter for the organization. And I do want to ask you, his counterpart now, Joey Bosa leaves. Now you've got Tuli Tuipulotu, who in the past, I feel like he was taking on double teams so other guys could get home. Is he someone you're expecting to have a breakout season?
Yeah, he's taking more of a leadership role this season. He's one of the guys, when I say has exponentially grown, he shows no signs of being one of the young guys on the team anymore. He was one of the really quick learners that Khalil Mack took under his wing. They were inseparable on the sideline in terms of Tuli wanting to learn and learning different matchups. And they play differently. They use different they play differently, I'll just say that. But they, like Joey and Khalil did as well, kind of different styles, and that just added to how great they worked. They were able to understand how each had different mechanics and particulars there.
Now, just a couple more for you, Shannon. Really appreciate your time here. Justin Herbert, under center last year. Like you said, the playoff game wasn't fantastic, but during the regular season, only 3 interceptions. Ball security was really good, and it looked like he took some steps with Jim Harbaugh. What are the expectations for this year with those new receivers that you mentioned coming out of the draft?
I think there's no mistake about it. He has the weight of the world on his shoulders, Justin Herbert does. Is it fair? No. But is it time? Yes. They believe that they have built the offensive line. Losing Rashawn Slater was awful, but it's a next guy up league, next guy up room, and that's just what happens in the NFL. That is a strong offensive line. Even with the next guy up situation they find themselves in, Joe Alt moving over to left guard where he played at Notre Dame the majority of the time. There's nothing new there for him. And they do have what they're calling the thunder and lightning approach. They're not calling it, but some people are calling it down there on the sidelines with Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton. If Justin has help in the backfield, if he's not forced to do too much, he can do what makes him great. It's kind of the same thing with Derwin James on defense. When Jesse Mentor came in with his Michigan defense, you were allowing Derwin to play closer to the line of scrimmage, which was allowing Derwin James to do what he does best. Similarly, on the other side of the ball, you give Justin Herbert some reliable targets there at wide receiver. You give him a run game to rely on, and you're going to see the Justin Herbert that everyone's projected to be a top 5 quarterback in the league.
Just Shannon, one more question for you. Jim Harbaugh, one of the most interesting personalities in the NFL. Do you have a favorite Harbaugh story?
Oh, there are so many. Well, I'll tell you a personal one. We were in Cleveland, staying in Cleveland for the Hall of Fame game. And this is obviously the first game of the season, and everyone's raring to go. And we're staying in Cleveland. Of course, the game's in Canton at the Hall of Fame. And we're just getting into the hotel, and the whole team's staying on the 11th floor. And I would go downstairs, dropping off our bags and stuff, going downstairs to get something to eat or something like that. And I see Jim Harbaugh, and he's at the elevator bank. And I say to him, "What, you're not gonna take the stairs?" And he looks around like, "Oh my gosh, where are they?" I mean, like, he is 110% intensity, and I should know better than to make a joke like that with him, but he is at 110 or 150 all the time. But I think that the best Harbaugh-ism is that he was, he remembers the day he was born. He remembers that, and I won't go into specifics because, it's dinner time, but he remembers the day he was born. He remembers shooting out and seeing it was a snowy day, and he can go into detail about that. But the thing about Harbaugh is the guys play for him, and they play for him before the plane even lands. Everyone goes, "Well, is this the year that the Harbaugh culture sets in?" And I say, no. The Harbaugh culture set in before he was even in Los Angeles. And the coaches will tell you it's not something where people come in and Jim Harbaugh sits you down and tells you what's expected of you. It's just understood when you walk in the building that that's Harbaugh's building. And he is the biggest star on that field. He gets more applause when he comes out of that tunnel than Justin Herbert does. So everyone knows who's the alpha out there.
It should be a fun season for the Chargers. Going to be tough with the Chiefs and the Broncos, but hoping for the best for them. Shannon, thanks so much for doing this today.
All right, take care.
There you go. Shannon Farron. She is the sideline reporter for the LA Chargers. And yeah, the offensive line. I didn't want to tell her I'm a biased Chargers fan. I'm a little nervous about the interior. I love Mekhi Becton. Love Joe Alt. The Slater injury was tough. We'll see what Johnson and Bozeman can do this year, but hoping for them, keeping Justin Herbert upright, and I can't wait to see Omarion Hampton get out there. He's going to be good. I think you got to target him in your fantasy drafts. Just my little piece of advice. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll wrap up the show. Get to the text inbox 1-833-401-1440. It's Fantasy Frenzy, brought to you by The Jason Gregor Show. I was so good. It's the Jason Gregor Show, brought to you by PlayAlberta.ca.
The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. The all-new redesigned 2026 XC90 is here. Test drive the ultimate evolution in luxury. Lease or finance a 2025 XC60 from 0.49% and save $5,000. Finance or lease a 2026 XC40 from 2.99%. Come and discover the deals now at Volvo Cars Edmonton. Great vehicles, better service. The Midsummer Sales Event is on now at VolvoCarsEdmonton.com. Summit Restaurant. Located in the heart of the Silent Ice Center and just minutes from South Edmonton Common, Summit is your destination for exceptional house-made pizza, delicious entrees, and expertly crafted cocktails. Experience the perfect blend of flavor and ambiance in a modern setting. Join us for a straightforward yet elevated dining experience where our commitment to quality speaks to every bite and sip. Make Summit Restaurant your next night on the town.
McDonald's Sundaes and snack-size shakes are $2, or get $1 cones exclusively on the McDonald's app. With those prices, your hands are going to be full of treats. Like Alex here. My phone. I got you. App download and registration required. At participating McDonald's in Canada. Taxes extra. Prices exclude delivery.
And here comes Action Electrical Service Team sprinting onto the scene. These are your first responders for any electrical emergency.
That's right. With their fleet of service vans and specialized gear, they assess, they service, and maintain electrical lighting and automation systems. They're all about rapid response.
Quick diagnostics and repairs to restore power and safety fast. Hire the Action Electrical team to bring home a win for your project. Visit actionelectrical.net.
The ATB Classic is returning to Northern Bear Golf Club.
An international field of professionals will battle it out on their path towards the PGA Tour.
Advance tickets are $20 or upgrade your access to sit greenside in the Sports 1440 Birdie Bar. Presented by Sleeman.
Net proceeds go to Youth on Course to give kids age 6 to 18 access to play golf for just $5.
Come see the future stars of the PGA Tour.
The ATB Classic.
September 11th to 14th.
Get your tickets at atbclassic.com.
It's the Bricks mattress sale of your dreams. Score dreamy deals like up to 40% off mattresses and queen beds starting at just $269. Get select king mattresses for the price of a queen and select queen mattresses for the price of a twin. Plus, queen platform bases starting at just $299. Score 20% off metal bed frames when you buy any mattress and get free local delivery when you buy any mattress on your Flexity card. Some exclusions apply. See in-store for detail. The Brick, saving you more.
Every morning, you look in the mirror and see less of yourself. Hair loss can feel like losing a part of who you are.
But it doesn't have to be that way. Hi, I'm Dr. Vance Elliott. At Advanced Hair and Skin Surgery, we understand the pain of hair loss. Our advanced hair restoration solutions won't just bring back your hair, they'll help you face the mirror with confidence.
Good morning, you sexy beast. Visit drvanceelliott.com today because it's time to be the man you remember.
Portions of this hour brought to you by Crystal Glass, your clear choice for residential windows. Locally manufactured and installed, Crystal Glass provides a beautiful product, and they also provide incredible customer services for all your residential needs. You can call 310 Glass or visit crystalglass.ca for a quote.
He's Alberta's sports authority and lead touchdown winner of his family's backyard flag football games. The Jason Gregor Show on Sports 1440.
Presented by playalberta.ca, Alberta's only regulated online gambling website.
Gregor Show, as we wrap things up today. Great show. If you missed it, go check it out on podcast, Apple, Google, Spotify, or head over to Oilers Nation's YouTube, Facebook. You can go watch it over again there. We had Terry Ryan on the program. University of Alberta Golden Bears golfer Nate Gerhardt shot a 61, 10 under par out at Devon over the weekend. So course record for him. Broke his own course record, which was 62. Dave McCarthy. We had Struddy, Speck, Shannon Farron. Go check it out. Give it a listen if you'd like to. We're getting to the text box here because lots flown in here. Of course, we missed a bunch when the show was on earlier, and we didn't even have the text line going. And then all of a sudden, they just start to flood in. And we talked about, things people you might not necessarily like. Oddball said, Jimmy Butler fanboys, Declan. You're not a fanboy, right? You just tell the truth.
I am objective above all else, for sure. But I am a fanboy of Jimmy Butler as well.
Jordy said,
also above all else.
Above all else. Announcers who don't read your text on air. Just kidding. Oh, well. I thought we got it in there. I mean, we might have missed a few. It was a tough one today, for sure. Kevin says, people that have birthday parties at parks and fill garbage cans over capacity when they leave it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who you call. Someone from Parks and Rec to make sure they take care of that one. No name on this one. Bonsignor was going to be so good until he was terrible, and Glenn Sather ran him out of town. Yeah, I just remember he was being like a top pick, and he looked cool. I thought for sure, Jason Bonsignor, he'll be the next one for the Oilers. That was not it. Scott Howard talking about people that frustrate us, to maybe put it a little bit nicer, people who run to the front of the plane once the seatbelt light turns off after landing. Declan, do you ever clap when a plane lands?
I used to think it was the craziest thing in the world, but now I'm scared of flying. So if I was to take a flight again, which I don't plan to in the near future, I will definitely be clapping when that John land.
It's like, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And look the pilot dead in the eye. thank him for his services, maybe a kiss on the hand. Yeah.
Bend the knee, maybe?
Whole 9. Well, I'm not doing all that, but
I always say thank you to the pilot.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
And I'm thanking the computer system that got up there as well.
Thank you, everything.
The air traffic controllers, man. All of them, bro.
Iron says, I agree with loud car guy. I don't understand why people would want a loud car. When I was younger, I didn't want the dad of my girlfriend to hear me coming or going. I wanted to be able to sneak in and out. I wanted the quiet car. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's more of a car guy thing. Like, I'm not a car guy, but I just need something to get me from point A to point B. But there's got to be a reason that some of those cars are just so noisy. I don't get it. I'm like the electric car. Just want to hover in. I don't have an electric car. Can't afford it. But, the quietness. Dean says, my biggest pet peeve is people who flick their cigarette butts out the window. Also, cigarette butts all over the parking lot. I can get on board with that one. I don't really like people that just litter. Like, hold it in your car if you have to. Put it somewhere else. Keep a bag in your car and throw it out when you get home. Jumpin' Jack Flash. He's got a few here. Pet peeves. People parking in handicap spots that don't need it. Yeah, that's a bad one. Not picking up after your dog. Talking loud on cell phones while in restaurants, shopping centers, and walking down grocery aisles. Not controlling kids at restaurants and won't listen to anyone else's opinion but their own. Good list. Absolutely. We also talked, potentially lacking some toughness in the Chargers. Not the Chargers, the Oilers. Jordan said we didn't have Kane all year, so maybe we can pick it up later. Yeah, but I remember times like when goalies, like the Oilers goalies would get like ran into. And, we would talk about it on Fantasy Frenzy or the Gregor Show. Like, why are they not responding? Why are they not doing anything to kind of stand up for themselves? They don't really have that. And when they did, it seemed like it was always Corey Perry. So I know they didn't have Evander Kane last year, but I thought there were a lot of games where he was really missed because, he would go in there and throw that punch. And, Oilers fans are going to see it when they take on the Vancouver Canucks this year. But hopefully they can find someone that, add that into their game. I know Trent Frederick's going to be counted on heavily to do that, but going to need a little bit more. Nathan said, sorry, talk to text, but wanted to just mention that Jake Wallman in the playoffs was a pretty good agitator and dropped the gloves. Yeah, he's willing to do so. I don't think you want him dropping the gloves too much as you want his services on the ice, but he can be an agitator. I think Darnell Nurse can be an agitator as well. And Talladega says, zero toughness is why Florida owned us. Bennett was a force that could have used a clean punch in the mouth. And Talladega, I kind of agree. Like Speck did bring it up. 2/3 of the league might not have those guys, but the Florida Panthers do. And I'd say there's a pretty good chance that they're going to be the class of the East once again. And if you get there, nice to have a few guys that can kind of play that game if it's necessary. Florida Panthers, Brad Marchand's going to do it. Sam Bennett, Matthew Tkachuk. He'll be talking, that's for sure. They got guys that can do that sort of thing. And then Bob said, you must love getting Chargers up to date. It's ACH. Absolutely. Yeah, we're doing our twist around the NFL. Got to the AFC West at the Broncos yesterday. Well, Broncos were Friday. Chiefs yesterday. And then Chargers today. We'll try to maybe go out to Vegas tomorrow and get the Raiders in. They bring in Amari Cooper from free agency. Guy who's spent some time in Buffalo. Declan, just your thoughts as a Bills fan. What did you see from Amari Cooper last year? Because when he was brought in at the deadline, it seemed like a good acquisition. I think he got a touchdown in the first game, but it didn't continue really throughout his tenure there.
No, it was not much. It was like 20 total catches, just under 300 yards, I think was his total. I don't even know how many touchdowns they finished. Was it just the one? Do you know? I
don't have it in front of me, but I remember in the first game because it was like a kind of a simple route.
Yeah, it was. I'm really, as I've gotten a little bit older and been more of a fan of the NFL, I'm really, really low on veterans who get to their, in this case, his fourth team.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, what possible expectations can you have for a guy who's been in the league for a decade and is on his fourth team? You know what I mean? Like, I just think you kind of have to go into it with no real expectations. And Amari Cooper being there, did I pick him up in fantasy? Absolutely. But I didn't think he was going to come, blowing anyone out of the water and be a guy who's going to be a 100-yard receiver every game and, finish the 8 games he played with the Bills with 6 touchdowns or something like that. You kind of knew what you were getting. And like going back to the Raiders, I can't imagine his stat line is going to be anything monumental. I think it's going to be 600 yard, 4 touchdown season, if that. You know what I mean? But that's just what happens when you're in the league for a decade.
So like he would have finished last year about 550, 4 touchdowns. He had 2 with the Bills, 2 with the Browns. Going to a new offense, but like a crafty vet like that, you'd think he would carry over a little bit more, maybe have more production, figure out the offense a little earlier. A postseason, he had 6 catches for 41 yards in 3 games. I mean, I don't think he's the guy anymore. And it's kind of brutal news with like Jacoby Myers potentially wanting out. Because I think, it's not an elite offense, but if you were to have Ashton Genty, Brock Bowers, and 2 receivers, Amari Cooper and Jacoby Myers, I think that can get, it gives Geno Smith enough. Maybe not to contend in the division, but definitely get them going in the right direction. And we'll have to see now what happens with Jacoby Myers and if he ends up with another organization. But they're doing something, and Amari Cooper, technically, Declan, he's been there before.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a 5th team, but it is a 4th team as he goes back to the Vegas Raiders. The Raiders, that time frame, like 2015, I remember they had Khalil Mack, they had Amari Cooper. Both those guys were moved on from, traded away. Like, kind of crazy to think you have like kind of cornerstone players on each side of your football team, and then both of them end up going a different direction. His 2014 season at Alabama was nuts. 24 receptions, 1,700 receiving yards, 16 touchdowns.
Dude, he was so good in college.
Who's your wide receiver 1 in the collegiate rankings this year, Declan?
Well, come on, Jeremiah Smith.
You think he's going to live up to the hype?
Oh my God, he's like the best college player ever already, I think.
Really?
Yeah. He's not draft eligible though. His teammate Carnell Tate will be.
Mm-hmm.
He's not. But he's crazy. If you guys just want to turn your brain off and watch a kid put up like 4 touchdowns a game, tune into any non-conference Ohio State game this year outside of the Texas one. And you'll see Jeremiah Smith go for like 280 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Last year as a freshman, true freshman, correct?
Yeah.
76 receptions, 1,300 yards, 15 scores.
Dude, he's so good. He's so good at football, man.
What's his measurements? Do you know?
No, not off the top of my head. 6'4", 2 something. Because he apparently put on some weight in this offseason. I think he was listed at like 205, but someone I was listening to said he got up to 225 this offseason.
Yeah, so ESPN has him at 6'3", 223.
Yeah, okay. Forget it.
Not even eligible for the draft this year.
It, bro. He's 19. He might actually even still be 18.
Okay, so here's a quick one for you.
Yeah.
What's wide receiver you? Is it Ohio State or is it LSU?
Listen, I kind of thought it was Ohio State, but hearing Jackson Smith-Njigba, who went to Ohio State, say it's LSU makes me go, okay, I have no problem with it being LSU, especially because the 2 best wide receivers in the game, no questions asked, they went to LSU. Like, those are really the top 2. And then who do you think's third? Because there it's a debate. But Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, those are top 2. They went to LSU. Then you obviously got everyone else in there who kind of rounds it out. But yeah, I'll say LSU.
I mean, if you're looking top 10, you could make an argument for the next 2 great from LSU being Malik Neighbors and BTJ.
Yep. They're in there.
Back in the day, you had Odell and
Jarvis Landry.
And before that, Dwayne Bowe and Buster Davis were both first-round picks.
Dwayne Bowe was so cold in the return game.
Now, Ohio State on the flip side. Well, we could have done a whole segment on this earlier, Declan. I mean, pretty dang good. Maybe not the highest, but like quantity-wise, they've got a lot of really good receivers in the NFL.
And a lot of them are really good, too.
Maybe not top 2. Top 20? No, I think they're all in there.
Yep.
Well, fun show, guys. Thank you guys for your help. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. I wish we could have got to your text a little bit earlier on in this show, but text box is cleaned up now. It looks like it's all fixed, so we get to go tomorrow for the Jason Gregor Show. You'll also have Kevin Carrier kicking things off at 7 a.m. Big thank you to all our guests once again today: Nate Gerhardt, Terry Ryan, Dave McCarthy, Strutty Speck, and Shannon Farron. If you missed it, anywhere you get your podcast, go check it out. Give us a follow on Oilers Nation YouTube. And then, hey, big news of the day. We're going to be streaming on Sports 1440's YouTube as well, starting next Tuesday with the Kevin Carrier Show. Right now, let's get to a Sports 1440 update brought to you by Legacy Heating and Cooling. Hiring HVAC installers and plumbers, starting bonus to the right candidate, strong benefits, RRSP matching, tuition reimbursement. Apply today at legacyheating.ca.
This is the Sports 1440 update.
Toronto Blue Jays currently lead the Minnesota Twins 3-0 in the bottom of the third. Yankees, they're also in action playing the Nats down 1-0 in the middle of the third. Other scores around the league include the Braves leading the Marlins 2-1, Guardians leading the Rays 3-0, and the Red Sox leading the Orioles 2-0. A little bit later on tonight, we will see the late game Cincinnati Reds and LA Dodgers at 8:10. Martinez and Kershaw on the mound in that one. In the men's draw of the U.S. Open, it was 25th seed Felix Auger-Aliassime and 27th seed Denis Shapovalov both winning their matches today in straight sets. First overall seed Jannik Sinner also winning his match in the same fashion. In the U.S. Open right now, third seed Coco Gauff in action. She's currently up 5-4 in her first round matchup, and former champion Naomi Osaka up 1-0 in her first round match. News from the sporting world today. The Cardinals first baseman Wilson Contreras has been suspended for 6 games and fined an undisclosed amount for his tirade in St. Louis' 7-6 win over Pittsburgh on Monday night. And the Toronto Argonauts have signed American wide receiver Makai Polk. He returns to Toronto after being waived from the NFL's Atlanta Falcons. I'm Declan Kruger. Fox Sports Radio is up next. This has been a Sports 1440 update.
Sports 1440, a Stingray radio station broadcasting on Treaty 6 territory.
Download the free iHeartRadio app and listen to CKJR wherever you go.
Reports suggest that Canadian taste buds are bored to tears.
My mouth can't handle another dull drink.
Summertime smoothie experts everywhere are recommending a watermelon wake-up from Booster Juice.
It's so smooth, cool, and refreshing.
And ridiculously delicious. Enjoy the Watermelon Wave and Watermelon Explosion smoothies, available all summer long at a Booster Juice near you. Stay cool, Canada.
Booster Juice, Canadian-born, blending since 1999.
We know you love your family and friends, especially your senior loved ones. Here's a simple, free way you can show it. Check in. Check in is a ground